Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Deku was sold to LOV after betrayal and awakened Shadow Monarch powers with villain Harem? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Price of a Hero. The cold was the first thing to truly register. A deep and biting chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. It seeped from the reinforced concrete walls, from the polished chrome of the table he was chained to, and most of all, from the faces of the people who had once been his entire world. The chill was a living thing, a predator that had sunk its teeth into his bone marrow and refused to let go. Izuku Midoriya sat shackled to a chair in the center of UA High School's deepest interrogation room, a place built for the most hardened villains. Not a 16-year-old student. His hero costume, once a vibrant symbol of hope inherited from his idol, was torn and stained with grime and his own blood. A deep gash above his right eye wept a slow, sluggish trail of crimson down his cheek, mingling with the tear tracks that had long since dried. His body was a tapestry of pain. Every muscle screamed in protest, his ribs felt like a cage of fractured glass. And a profound, soul-deep exhaustion weighed him down more than the quirk-suppressing cuffs on his wrists and ankles. He had been found near the scene of the latest League of Villains attack. A sophisticated bombing that had crippled a major hero agency's data center. He was found alone, unconscious, amidst the rubble. And they had found the evidence. Across the table, Principal Nezu sat with his paws neatly folded, his beady black eyes reflecting the harsh overhead lights with an unnerving lack of warmth. To his left stood Shota Aizawa, his homeroom teacher, his face an unreadable mask of weary resignation, the usual exhaustion in his eyes replaced with a flinty, impenetrable hardness. And to the right, standing gaunt and skeletal in his weakened form, was Toshinori Yagi. All Might, the man who had given him everything. The man who now refused to meet his gaze. On a large monitor behind them, the evidence played on a loop. It was security footage, grainy and distorted, but clear enough. It showed a figure in a UA uniform, a figure with his messy green hair and his distinct red shoes, meeting a hooded individual in a dark alleyway. The figure, him, was shown passing a small data chip to the cloaked stranger. Then came the audio logs, his own voice, digitally stitched together and twisted into a monstrous parody of itself, discussing security patrol routes and weaknesses in the UA barrier system. It was all a lie. A fabrication so perfect, so seamless, that even he could feel a sliver of doubt trying to worm its way into his shattered mind. I didn't do it, he rasped. His voice raw and broken. It was the 100th time he'd said it, and the words felt as useless and brittle as the first. I would never. You have to believe me. Nezu took a sip from a delicate porcelain teacup, the sound echoing unnaturally in the tense silence. Belief, Midoriya-kun, is a luxury we can no longer afford, the principal said, his voice as smooth and cold as polished stone. The evidence is, for all intents and purposes, irrefutable. The digital signature on the communications logs matches your personal devices. The footage, while conveniently corrupted in key frames, places you at the rendezvous point. Your unique quirk signature was detected at the epicenter of the explosion shortly before detonation. It paints a very clear, very unfortunate picture. It's a frame-up. It has to be. Izuku strained against his chains, the metal biting into his raw skin. All for one. Shigaraki. They could have people who can fake things like this. Quirks that can mimic voices, transform. And what of one for all? Aizawa's voice cut through his desperate rambling like a razor. It was the first time his teacher had spoken, and the sound of it made Izuku flinch. The energy signature left at the scene was a perfect match. Explain that. I was lured there, Izuku pleaded, his eyes darting between the three figures, searching for any flicker of the trust he once held so dear. I got a distress call, an anonymous tip about a villain meeting. I thought I could help. When I got there was an explosion. That's all I remember. All Might finally looked at him, and the disappointment in his hollowed eyes was a physical blow, more painful than any punch he had ever taken. It was a look of profound, soul-crushing sorrow. My boy, he whispered. The words heavy with a regret that tore Izuku's heart to shreds. Why, after everything, After all the faith I placed in you, why would you throw it all away? I didn't. The denial was a strangled sob. I swear to you, All Might. On my mother's life, I swear I am not the traitor. The door to the interrogation room hissed open. Through it, led by a grim-faced Smentos, were his classmates. Not all of them, but a select few. The ones whose opinions mattered most. Tenya Iida stood ramrod straight, his face a mask of furious, righteous indignation. Ochako Uraraka was behind him, her hands covering her mouth, her wide, expressive eyes swimming with tears of disbelief and horror. Shoto Todoroki watched him with a cold, analytical gaze, his expression a mixture of confusion and guarded judgment. And then there was Katsuki Bakugo. Kachan stared at him, his crimson eyes burning with a white-hot intensity Izuku had seen 1,000 times before. But T.S. wasn't the usual rage of their rivalry. This was different. This was the fury of confirmation. It was the look of a person whose darkest, most deeply held suspicions had finally been proven true. I knew it, Bakugo snarled. His voice a low, dangerous rumble. I always knew there was something wrong with you. A quirkless, useless nobody suddenly gets a god-tier power and becomes number one. It was always bullshit. You were always a damn fake, Deku. Each word was a nail hammered into his coffin. Kachan. No, Izuku whimpered, shaking his head. Don't you dare say my name, you bastard. Bakugo took a step forward, his palms beginning to crackle with tiny explosions before Aizawa's sharp glare stopped him. You spit on the UA name. You spit on All Might. You make me sick. Iida adjusted his glasses, his posture unyielding. As a representative of Class 1A, I must express our profound disgust and disappointment, Midoriya. You have betrayed not only our trust, but the very principles of heroism that this institution stands for. You are a disgrace. Uraraka's soft sob was the sound that finally shattered what little composure Izuku had left. He looked at her, his oldest friend at this school, the girl who had given him his hero name, and saw her looking back at him as if he were a monster. The trust was gone. The friendship was ash. In their eyes, he was already convicted, already damned. Please, he begged, the single word encompassing the entirety of his desperation. He looked from Uraraka's tear-streaked face to Todoroki's cold stare, from Iida's rigid judgment to Bakugo's searing hatred. He saw no allies. No one was on his side. Finally, his eyes landed back on All Might. His mentor, his father figure, his hero. Toshinori Yagi took a deep, shuddering breath. And walked slowly around the table until he stood directly in front of Izuku's chair. He looked down at the boy he had chosen, the boy he had poured his hopes and dreams into, and his face was a portrait of grim resolution. The legacy of One for All is a sacred trust, All Might said, his voice regaining a sliver of its former power, though it was hollow and brittle. It is a torch passed down through generations, held by those who would sacrifice everything for the sake of others. It cannot be wielded by one who would ally themselves with darkness. It cannot be held by a traitor. Izuku's blood ran cold. He knew what was coming. No, All Might, you can't, please, don't do this. I am sorry, my boy. I truly am, Toshinori said, and for a fleeting moment, a genuine tear traced a path down his skeletal cheek. But I must. I have to take it back. He reached out, his bony hand hovering over Izuku's forehead. Izuku recoiled, thrashing against his restraints, a wild, primal fear seizing him. No, it's a part of me. You can't, please. All Might's fingers made contact. The world exploded in a supernova of agony. It wasn't a clean removal. It was a violent, brutal extraction, a spiritual surgery performed with a rusty, serrated knife. He felt One for All. The crackling green energy, the warm embers of the previous user's wills, the very power that had defined his existence, being ripped from his soul. It was like having his veins torn out one by one, a fire that burned from the inside out. Green lightning, his lightning, erupted from his body, not as a tool of power but as a scream of pure torment. Lashing out and striking the walls of the room. He could feel the vestiges within him, the spectral figures of Nana Shimura, of all the past holders, turning their backs on him as they were pulled away. Their silent judgment more searing than any flame. His own screams were lost in the roar of stolen power. His back arched, his muscles seizing, his teeth grinding together with enough force to crack. He felt a profound sense of violation, of being hollowed out, leaving a gaping, black void where his dream had once resided. The power swirled around All Might's hand, a miniature tempest of green and gold, before sinking into his palm, returning to its former master. And then, it was over. The light show ceased. The agonizing burn receded, leaving behind an emptiness so complete, so absolute, that it was a pain all its own. Izuku slumped forward in the chair, held up only by the chains. The familiar, comforting thrum of power that had been his constant companion for the past year was gone. He was just Izuku. Quirkless. Nothing. Worse than nothing. He was an empty vessel, a discarded shell. He gasped for breath, his lungs feeling too large for his chest, his heart hammering a weak, pathetic rhythm. All Might staggered back, clutching his chest, the effort of reclaiming the quirk having taken a massive toll on his frail body. He looked at the broken boy before him, his expression unreadable, before turning away. Nezu watched the entire, brutal process with the detached curiosity of a researcher. He made a small, thoughtful noise before speaking, his voice cutting through the heavy silence. "Well, that settles the matter of the quirk," he stated calmly. "Now, as for your fate, Midoriya, a public trial is out of the question. The revelation of a UA traitor, especially one so close to All Might, would cause a catastrophic loss of public faith in heroes. It would create widespread panic and chaos, playing directly into the League's hands. We cannot allow that." Izuku lifted his head slowly, his vision swimming. "So, Tartarus," he whispered, the name of the maximum security prison a death knell. Nezu gave a small, almost pitying shake of his head. "Tartarus is for villains we want to contain. You, Midoriya, are a liability we need to erase. A loose end. As such, an alternative arrangement has been made." He gestured to the door. "To prevent a panic, you will not be tried. You will not be imprisoned. Officially, Izuku Midoriya will die during a villain transport accident. A tragic but necessary fiction to maintain social order." The finality in the principal's words was absolute. They weren't just taking his power, his freedom, his name. They were taking his life, his very existence. He was being deleted from the world. "Aizawa-sensei." Izuku looked to his teacher, a final, desperate appeal. Aizawa finally met his gaze, and for a split second, Izuku saw a flicker of something, doubt, regret, before it was ruthlessly suppressed. His teacher's face hardened. "You made your choice," Aizawa said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "Now live with it." He turned and walked out of the room without a second glance. His classmates followed, Bakugo casting one last look of utter contempt over his shoulder. Iida and Todoroki simply walked away, their silence a damning verdict in itself. Uraraka was the last to leave, her face pale, her eyes now empty of tears, leaving only a hollowed-out look of betrayal. The door hissed shut, leaving Izuku alone with Nezu and the shell of All Might. His hope, once an inextinguishable sun, had been snuffed out, leaving only cold, black ash. They weren't just casting him out. They were selling him, disposing of him, a problem to be dealt with, a piece to be removed from the board. Two guards in unmarked tactical gear entered the room. They unchained him from the chair, their movements efficient and impersonal, and cuffed his hands behind his back. They hauled him to his feet, his legs barely able to support him. As they dragged him past Toshinori Yagi, Izuku stopped, using the last of his strength to look his former idol in the eye. "I hope you were worth it," Izuku whispered, his voice devoid of heat, of anger, of anything but a vast, desolate emptiness. "I hope the world you saved by sacrificing me is beautiful." For the first time, All Might looked truly broken. The transaction took place in the dead of night, in a place that had been scrubbed from every map and digital record. It was a subterranean docking bay, deep beneath the city, reeking of ozone and decay. Izuku was forced to his knees, a thick black bag still over his head, though it did little to muffle the sounds around him. The low hum of industrial machinery, the drip of water from corroded pipes, and the unnerving, syrupy smooth voice of the man who was purchasing him. "A fine specimen, Nezu. A bit damaged, but the foundational spirit is remarkably resilient. I can feel it even from here," the voice said, a chilling baritone that seemed to slither directly into his mind. "The perfect vessel. Empty, impressionable, and filled with a delightful cocktail of despair and betrayal. You have my gratitude. There is no gratitude between us, all for one, Nezu's voice replied, sharp and businesslike. This is a tactical exchange. His removal, in exchange for the information you provided and a 6-month cessation of large-scale attacks. The terms are clear. Of course, of course. A businessman to the end, all for one chuckled, a sound that held no mirth, only ancient, predatory amusement. It is a shame your prized pupil had to be the collateral. Tell me, does the great All Might know he handed his successor over to his mortal enemy? The irony is simply delicious. A tense silence followed. The bag was ripped from Izuku's head, and the dim, flickering lights of the bay assaulted his eyes. Before him stood a man in a pristine dark suit, his face a horrifying mask of scar tissue. Life support tubes snaking from a device over his mouth. All for one. The monster from the legends, the demon king of the underworld. He radiated an aura of power so immense, so suffocating, that it made the air thick and hard to breathe. Behind him, leaning against a rusted container, were 3 figures Izuku recognized instantly. The wild, manic grin of Himiko Toga. The patchwork quilt of scarred, stapled skin and bored, turquoise eyes of Dabi, and standing directly beside All for One, Tamura Shigaraki, his hands in his pockets, scratching furiously at his neck as he stared at Izuku with an expression of pure, triumphant hatred. So this is the hero who gave me so much trouble, Shigaraki rasped, a crazed glee dancing in his red eyes. Doesn't look like much now, does he, sensei? He looks like a broken toy. All toys can be fixed, Tamura. Or repurposed, All for One said, his unseen gaze fixed on Izuku. He took a step forward and crouched down, tilting Izuku's chin up with a single finger. The touch was shockingly gentle, yet it sent a wave of revulsion through Izuku's body. So much potential. They threw away a king and didn't even realize it. But their loss is my gain. With a nod from All for One, a swirling vortex of purple-black mist opened beside them. Kurogiri. Shigaraki stepped forward and grabbed a fistful of Izuku's hair, yanking his head back. Welcome to the League of Villains. Izuku Midoriya, Shigaraki sneered, his breath hot and foul. The initiation is going to be fun. He was dragged through the warp gate, the world dissolving into a nauseating swirl of color and shadow. His last sight of the free world being the indifferent figures of the UA heroes who had sold him into hell. The weeks that followed were a blur of pain, darkness, and despair. Izuku was thrown into a damp, lightless cell in the basement of the League's bar. It was less a room and more a concrete tomb. The only light came from the sliver under the door, and the only sounds were the distant clinking of glasses from the bar above and the scurrying of rats in the walls. They didn't try to break him for information. They knew he had none. This was purely for sport. Shigaraki was the most frequent visitor, his presence always heralding a new kind of torment. Sometimes it was physical, a casual graze of his 4 fingers against Izuku's arm, threatening to decay it to dust. Pulling away at the last second with a cackle. Other times it was psychological, hours spent detailing exactly how he was going to crumble All Might and the hero society that had abandoned Izuku. He'd leave newspaper clippings just outside the cell, detailing the official story of Izuku's tragic death, and the public mourning that followed. Toga would visit too, in her own unsettling way. She'd slip through the bars like a phantom, sitting cross-legged in the corner of his cell and talking to him for hours. She'd talk about blood and love and how pretty he looked when he was broken and sad. She saw a kindred spirit in his rejection, a beautiful tragedy she wanted to possess. She'd bring him small things, a dead bird, a stolen locket, a single, perfect red rose, and leave them by his side. Offerings to a fallen god. Her fascination was a different kind of torture, a constant, cloying presence that frayed his nerves. Dabi was a silent observer. He'd sometimes accompany Shigaraki, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his blue eyes watching Izuku with an unnerving, analytical intensity. He never spoke, never participated. He just watched, a silent specter, wreathed in the faint smell of burnt flesh, judging. Izuku's spirit, once a bonfire of heroic determination, was whittled down to a single, flickering ember. He stopped fighting, stopped pleading. Initial rage and disbelief curdled into a cold, heavy lump of despair in his gut. His thoughts became a recursive nightmare, replaying the looks on his friends' faces, the agony of one for all being torn from him. All Might's averted gaze. The betrayal was a poison that had infected every memory, every belief he had ever held. Heroes were not saviors. They were politicians, pragmatists who would sacrifice a child to maintain the status quo. Justice was a lie they told the public to keep them docile. Hope died. Then anger died. All that was left was a hollow, aching void. He was nothing, a ghost haunting his own ruined life. One day, the door to his cell was thrown open with a loud clang. Shigaraki stood there, silhouetted against the dim light of the hallway, a wide, cracked smile on his face. "Get up, hero," he hissed. "Sensei says you've been marinating in your own misery long enough. It's time for your final initiation. Pass, and you get to be one of my useful pawns. Fail, and you get to be a nice pile of dust." Izuku didn't respond. He didn't have the energy. Two low-level thugs grabbed him by the arms and dragged him from the cell, his bare feet scraping against the grimy floor. They hauled him up the stairs and into a large, open chamber behind the bar, a makeshift arena. The walls were scarred with scorch marks and claw gouges. Toga was perched on a stack of crates, swinging her legs gleefully. Dabi was in his usual spot in the shadows, a cigarette glowing between his lips. Shigaraki pointed to the center of the room. A massive steel cage stood there, and inside, something monstrous was stirring. It was a Numu, not one of the high-end models, but still a terrifying creature of pure, bioengineered muscle. It had 4 arms, skin the color of a fresh bruise, and a bird-like skull with its brain exposed and pulsating under a clear dome of bone. Its eyes were vacant, mindless black orbs. "The rules are simple," Shigaraki said, his voice dripping with sadistic anticipation. "You're quirkless. It's a powerhouse. If you want to live, you kill it. If you can't, well, it's been hungry." The thugs threw Izuku into the cage, the door slamming shut behind him with a deafening boom. He collapsed onto the floor, his malnourished body screaming in protest. The Numu let out a low, guttural shriek and fixed its dead eyes on him. It flexed its 4-clawed hands, ready to tear him apart. Izuku looked at the monster. Then he looked through the bars at the faces watching him. Shigaraki's crazed excitement, Toga's enraptured gaze, Dabi's indifferent curiosity. He looked down at his own trembling, powerless hands. This was it. This was the end. He was meant to die here, torn to pieces for their amusement. A final, pathetic footnote in a story of betrayal. The ember of his spirit, the last vestige of the boy who wanted to be a hero, finally gave up. It didn't just flicker out. It was snuffed out by a tidal wave of utter despair. He closed his eyes, a strange sense of peace washing over him. It was over. The pain would finally stop. The Numu charged. He didn't move. He heard its thundering footsteps, smelled its foul, chemical stench. He braced himself for the end. A searing, unimaginable pain erupted in his chest as 4 sets of razor-sharp claws plunged into his torso, lifting him off the ground. He felt his ribs crack, his organs rupture. Blood filled his mouth, hot and coppery. His vision began to tunnel, the edges turning black. The faces of the villains blurred into indistinct shapes. His last thought was of his mother, her kind face, her unconditional love. "I'm sorry, Mom." His heart stuttered, faltered, stopped. The world went black, and then, something new appeared. "You have met all conditions of the secret quest. Death is only the beginning." The text was a brilliant, electric blue, hanging in the void of his non-existence. The pain was gone. The cell, the Numu, the League, it had all vanished. He was adrift in a silent, empty space. His consciousness a single point of awareness. Your body has reached 0 HP. You have experienced the ultimate despair and betrayal. Your will to live has been extinguished, only to be forcibly reignited by an external system. You have been chosen as a player. More screens popped into existence around him, a cascade of holographic data that felt both alien and intimately familiar. As if he were remembering a language he never knew he'd learned. The system will now grant you a power unique to your circumstances. You are a vessel of death and rebirth. You shall become me, the bridge between the living and the dead. A final, massive screen materialized before him, pulsing with a soft, purple light. It posed a single, World-altering question. Will you accept the power of the Shadow Monarch and rise from the ashes? Accept, decline, decline, decline and return to what? To the blackness, to the pain, to a world that had discarded him like trash. There was no choice. There was nothing left to lose. He had already lost everything. His dream, his power, his friends, his life. This was something else, something new, a power born from his own death. A power that no one could take away from him. With a surge of will that felt like it was being dredged up from the very bottom of his soul, he focused on the glowing blue word. Accept. The world snapped back into existence with the force of a thunderclap. The Numu was still holding him, its claws buried deep in his chest. But the pain was a distant echo, a memory that no longer held any power over him. He could feel the shredded muscle and shattered bone of his own body, but he also felt something else. A cold, dark energy flooding his veins, stitching him back together from the inside out with threads of pure shadow. His eyes snapped open. Shigaraki, who had been laughing, froze mid-cackle. Toga gasped, her eyes widening. Dabi slowly lowered his cigarette. Izuku's eyes were no longer the vibrant, hopeful emerald green they had once been. They were now glowing with an eerie, predatory purple light, radiating an ancient power that made the very air in the room grow heavy and cold. He looked at the Numu, not as a victim, but as a butcher looks at a side of meat. He felt a word bubble up from his subconscious, a command that was as natural to him as breathing. His lips, stained with his own blood, parted. Arise. The word was a mere whisper, yet it carried the weight of a royal decree. It was a command not to the living, but to the dead. The Numu shrieked, a sound of confusion and fear, as a dark, viscous substance began to pool at its feet. It wasn't a liquid. It was a shadow, deeper and blacker than any natural shade. From the heart of that shadow, a hand made of purple-black energy reached out, then another. A spectral, ethereal form, an exact duplicate of the Numu, began to claw its way out of the creature's own shadow. It was a soldier born from death, its eyes glowing with the same malevolent purple as Izuku's. The living Numu, in a fit of primal terror, threw Izuku's body aside and tried to back away from its spectral twin, but it was too late. The shadow soldier lunged forward, its incorporeal claws phasing through the flesh of its original, seizing its soul. The Numu convulsed violently and then collapsed, its life force extinguished, its vacant eyes staring up at the ceiling. Izuku landed on his feet with impossible grace, the horrific wounds in his chest knitting themselves closed with sutures of dark energy. He stood straight, no longer the broken, despairing boy, but something else entirely, something cold, ancient, and powerful. The shadow of the dead Numu rose to its full height and knelt before him, its head bowed in absolute, unthinking loyalty. He looked at the stunned faces of the League members. Shigaraki's jaw was slack with disbelief, his hand frozen midway to his neck. Toga was trembling, a flush on her cheeks, her expression one of ecstatic, worshipful awe. Dabi's bored indifference was shattered, replaced by a sharp, dangerous curiosity. A slow, genuine smile spread across his scarred face. Izuku Midoriya was dead. In his place stood the monarch. And his kingdom had just found its first subject. Chapter 2. First of the Legion. The silence in the subterranean chamber was a living thing, thick and suffocating. It pressed in on the ears. A palpable void where the sounds of a boy's desperate struggle and a monster's guttural roars had just been. Now, there was only the faint, wet drip of blood from the ceiling. The low hum of failing fluorescent lights, and the impossibly still figure standing at the center of the carnage. Tamura Shigaraki's hand, the one not adorned with the dismembered hand of his father, was frozen midway to scratching his neck. His crimson eyes were wide, the pupils constricted to pinpricks of disbelief and something far uglier, outrage. The game had been simple. The rules had been clear. The broken toy was supposed to shatter. The quirkless reject was supposed to be torn to bloody ribbons, a final, satisfying crunch to punctuate his fall from grace. This was not part of the script. This was a glitch, a corruption of the beautiful, destructive narrative he was owed. Beside him, Himiko Toga was a statue of rapt fascination. Her usually wide, manic smile had softened into a look of genuine, almost reverent awe. Her head was tilted, her golden eyes fixed on Izuku, not as a target or a plaything, but as a masterpiece. The blood, The death, the sudden, impossible RGE of power, it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. It was art. It was love. Her breath hitched, a soft, worshipful sound in the crushing silence. Dobby remained motionless in the shadows near the doorway. His posture deceptively casual, but the lazy droop of his shoulders was gone, replaced by a coiled tension. His turquoise eyes, usually half-lidded with bored cynicism, were sharp and analytical. He wasn't seeing a victim who got lucky. He was seeing a variable, an unknown quantity that had just rewritten the equation of the entire room. He saw the shift from prey to predator, his scarred lips tightened into a thin, unreadable line. Power was the only currency that mattered in their world, and Izuku Midoriya, the worthless hero brat, had just minted his own. Izuku himself felt quiet. The roaring inferno of despair, pain, and terror that had consumed him for weeks was gone. In its place was a cold, calm emptiness, a placid lake where a hurricane had been. His body still ached, the phantom agony of the Numu's claws in his chest a dull throb, but it felt distant, like a memory from someone else's life. His focus was entirely consumed by the information flooding his vision, a cascade of holographic text that only he could see. Welcome, player. You have inherited the powers of the Shadow Monarch. Your current level is 1. You have 0-100 experience points. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level: 1. Class: Shadow Monarch. Title: None. HP: 10 220ths. MP: 20 50ths. Stats: Strength: 10 Agility, 10 Vitality, 10 Intelligence, 10 Sense, 10. Unassigned stat points: 0. Ski. LLS. Class-specific skills: Shadow Extraction LVL. 1. Shadow Storage LVL. 1. Monarch's Domain LVL. 1. Passive skills: Unknown. He processed it all with an unnatural calm. It wasn't a quirk, it was something else entirely. A system. A set of rules laid over reality, governing his existence. The pain, the near-death experience, it had been a key, unlocking a door he never knew existed. His gaze fell upon the creature standing before him. His first soldier. It was a perfect replica of the low-level Numu that had killed him, but formed from shifting, inky darkness. Wisps of purple-black energy coiled around its limbs, and its eyes glowed with the same eerie violet light that he could feel burning behind his own. It was connected to him, a tether of pure obedience woven from his will in its non-existence. He could feel its presence in the back of his mind, a silent, waiting sentinel. My shadow, he thought, the concept settling into his mind with the weight of absolute truth. What the hell did you do? Shigaraki's voice was a ragged rasp, a fusion of fury and confusion. He finally started scratching, his nails digging deep into his neck, leaving angry red welts. That's not a quirk, he's quirkless. Sensei said he was an empty cup. Izuku's head slowly turned, his glowing eyes locking onto Shigaraki. The look in them was devoid of the fear and desperation Shigaraki had grown so fond of seeing. It was flat, cold, and assessing. Like a scientist observing an insect. I died, Izuku stated, his voice a monotone husk, rough from disuse and recent trauma. The words hung in the air, simple and chilling. He took a single, steady step forward. His body protested, screaming with the pain of broken ribs and torn muscles, but the system's interface showed his HP slowly, miraculously, regenerating. HP: 11 220ths. Toga took a step forward, her hands clasped together as if in prayer. Izuku-kun, you're so pretty now. All dark and broken and strong. Her voice was a breathless whisper. She saw the blood staining his tattered prison uniform, the hollows under his eyes, the spectral monster at his back, and she saw perfection. This was the boy she'd glimpsed at the training camp. The one who broke his own body to win. But this was better. This wasn't a hero breaking himself for others. This was a boy who had been broken by others and had remade himself own the pieces into something sharp and dangerous. Suddenly, a static hiss filled the room as a television screen high on the wall flickered to life. The familiar, distorted sound waves of a voice modulator echoed through the chamber. Tamura, calm yourself. All for one. Even through the speaker, the voice carried an immense weight, an ancient authority that demanded obedience. Shigaraki instantly froze, his hand dropping from his neck. But sensei, he began, his voice petulant. Look at him. He was supposed to be a lesson. A piece of meat. And now he is something more. All for One's voice was laced with a chilling academic curiosity. Fascinating. The vessel I chose was not empty after all. It appears it was a lock, and you, my boy, just provided the key. Tell me, Izuku Midoriya, what is this power you now wield? Izuku didn't answer immediately. He was focused on his shadow soldier. He willed it to move, and it instantly mirrored his command, taking a step to the side. He willed it to kneel, and the creature of darkness dropped to one knee, its head bowed in silent fealty. The control was absolute, intuitive. A part of him. He finally looked at the monitor. You bought a corpse, Izuku said, his voice gaining a sliver of strength. You just didn't realize it yet. A low, rumbling chuckle came through the speaker. It was not a sound of mirth, but of profound interest. The sound a collector makes upon discovering a priceless, unexpected artifact. Indeed, a remarkable development. This changes things. It seems a simple test of your new state is in order. The air crackled with anticipation. Shigaraki vibrated with barely suppressed rage. This was his stage, his inheritance. This nobody, this hero cast off, was stealing his spotlight. I have a task, All for One continued. There is a vigilante causing trouble in the Hosu district. A relic from a bygone era who calls himself Knuckleduster. He has been disrupting our smaller operations, a persistent annoyance. Dabi, Toga, you will accompany Izuku Midoriya. You will observe him, and you will eliminate this target. Dabi pushed himself off the wall, a plume of smoke curling from his lips as he took a slow drag from a cigarette he'd lit at some point during the chaos. Cleaning up messes. Fine, but why him? He gestured with his chin towards Izuku. He's got one spooky pet. That's it. That, All for One's voice was firm. As what we are going to find out. Consider it a field test for my newest acquisition. Shigaraki's face contorted into a mask of childish fury. No, if he's going, I'm sending a real weapon with them. Not just that thing. He pointed a trembling finger at Izuku's shadow. I'll send the new high-end prototype. The slasher. It will get the job done. And if the acid, he spat the word like poison, gets in the way, it can clean up that mess, too. It was a blatant, transparent threat. The slasher Numu was a mindless engine of destruction. Its inclusion was a clear message: succeed, or be collateral damage. All for One was silent for a moment, a calculated pause that let the tension ratchet higher. Very well, Tamura, a demonstration of your own resources. It seems we shall have two assets to evaluate tonight. Do not disappoint me. The monitor went black. Shigaraki shot Izuku a look of pure hatred. Don't think this makes you special. You're still just a broken toy. And when Sensei is done playing with you, I'll be the one to disintegrate what's left. He stormed out of the room, shoving past Dabi in a huff of impotent rage. With Shigaraki gone, the atmosphere shifted. Toga practically skipped over to Izuku, her movements fluid and predatory. She circled him, her eyes tracing the lines of his form, the glow of his eyes, the spectral form of his shadow soldier. We get to hunt together, Izuku-kun. Won't this be fun? We can get you all bloody again, and then I can see what you taste like with this new power. She giggled, a sound that was equal parts delightful and deranged. Izuku's gaze remained fixed on the spot where Shigaraki had been. He felt nothing. No fear of the threat, no anger at the insult. Just a cold, logical assessment. Shigaraki was a rival, a barrier, an obstacle to be overcome. He turned his attention to his new reality, the system interface his only guide. He focused on his shadow soldier and a new window appeared. Shadow soldier. Numu grade, normal, simple, limited. But it was a start. He needed more. He needed to be stronger. The system showed his level, his experience bar sitting at 0. This mission, this hunt, it was an opportunity. An opportunity to grow. Let's go, Dabi said, his voice a low drawl as he flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it under his boot. The sooner we get this over with, the better. He looked Izuku up and down one last time, a flicker of something, curiosity. Assessment. In his turquoise eyes before he turned and walked out, his long black coat billowing behind him. Toga beamed, grabbing Izuku's arm. Her touch was cold, but he didn't flinch. Physical sensation was just more data now. Let's go, my monarch, she chirped, pulling him along. As they walked out of the dark chamber and into the dimly lit hallways of the League's base, Izuku felt the presence of his single shadow soldier trailing silently behind him, a loyal extension of his will. He looked down at his hands, calloused and scarred from a lifetime of heroic training that had led to nothing but betrayal. Now, they held a different kind of power. A darker kind. Level up. The thought echoed in the quiet space of his mind. I need to level up. The mission wasn't just a test for All for One. It was a hunt for his own survival. Kurogiri's warp gate deposited them in a dark, refuse-strewn alley in the heart of Hosu City. The air was thick with the stench of damp garbage and cheap ramen, a stark contrast to the sterile confines of the League's bar. The distant wail of sirens was a constant, mournful song in the background, a testament to the city's lingering trauma from the hero killer's attack. It felt like a lifetime ago that Izuku had been here, fighting for his life alongside Iida and Todoroki. Fueled by a desperate, heroic fervor. Now, he stood in the shadows, a monster himself, hunting a man the heroes couldn't catch. The irony was a bitter, metallic taste in his mouth. Though the emotion itself was a faint, faded echo. The second warp gate opened behind them, and from it stepped the slasher Numu. It was a grotesque parody of a humanoid figure, tall, and leaner than the one Izuku had fought. Its skin was a mottled gray, stretched taut over a wiry, overdeveloped musculature. Its arms were elongated, ending not in hands, but in 4-foot-long claw. Day of sharpened bone that scraped against the asphalt with a sound like grinding teeth. It had no eyes, only a smooth, featureless face that tilted mindlessly towards the sounds of the city. A low, guttural growl rumbled in its chest. Toga clapped her hands together. Ooh, he's a scary one. Shigaraki-kun really knows how to pick them. Dabi scoffed, lighting another cigarette. The flare of the match briefly illuminated the intricate staples holding his scarred flesh together. It's a blunt instrument, a hammer looking for a nail. All it knows is how to destroy. His eyes flicked to Izuku. Let's see if you're any different. Izuku ignored them both. His attention was on his own interface, the map of the surrounding area that had appeared in his mind's eye courtesy of his sense stat. It was a crude, three-dimensional wireframe, but it showed him the layout of the streets, the heat signatures of nearby people, and the flow of movement. It was a tactical overview his old self would have killed for. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing on the link between him and his shadow. Issue command, the system prompted. Scout ahead. Rooftops. Stay in the shadows. Show me what you see. The Numu shadow at his back dissolved into the ground without a sound, melting into the alley's darkness. A moment later, a new feed opened in his mind. It was like watching a grainy, colorless film. He saw the city from above. The perspective of his soldier as it flowed like liquid night across the rooftops, silent and unseen. The connection was seamless. He was both here in the alley and soaring above the city. The dual consciousness should have been disorienting, but it felt natural, an extension of his own senses. Toga bounced on the balls of her feet, her knife already in her hand. So, what's the plan, Izuku-kun? Do we find him and stab him until he stops moving? No, Izuku said, his voice flat. His eyes were unfocused, looking through them at the city unfolding in his mind. A direct assault is inefficient. Knuckleduster is an experienced fighter who specializes in close-quarters combat against quirk users. He's survived this long for a reason. We hunt him. We learn his patterns. We corner him. And then we eliminate him. Dabi raised a scarred eyebrow, a ghost of a smirk playing on his lips. Listen to you. Got a brain in there after all. It wasn't a compliment, just a statement of fact. But it was the first time Dabi had addressed him with anything other than derision. It was a start. The slasher Numu is our hammer, Izuku continued, his strategic mind. Once dedicated to analyzing heroes, now repurposed for a darker task. But a hammer is useless if you can't find the nail. We'll use it to flush him out. Toga, your specialty is stealth and tracking. Dabi, your flames are for area denial and control. My shadow will be our eyes. He finally looked at them, his purple-tinged gaze sweeping over them. There was an authority in his stillness. A confidence that had not been there before. He wasn't asking for their cooperation. He was issuing orders. Toga's smile widened. She loved it when he was decisive. Whatever you say, Monarch. Dabi just grunted, taking another drag. Just tell me who to burn. Through his shadow's eyes, Izuku saw it, a flicker of movement in an industrial district a dozen blocks away. A figure moving with practiced ease, dispatching a group of low-level thugs trying to mug a civilian. The figure was clad in a trench coat and a heavy helmet, moving with a brutal, quirkless efficiency that was unmistakable. He's 3 clicks northeast, Izuku announced, near the old shipping yards. He's active. He looked at the slasher Numu, which stood silently, awaiting a command. It was Shigaraki's creature, but in the field, it was a tool. His tool. We'll use the rooftops. The Numu stays on the streets. We'll use it to drive him into a trap. He gave the slasher a mental nudge, a simple command of direction, and the creature loped off. Its bone blades clicking rhythmically on the pavement. It was a bloodhound, let off the leash. Izuku turned and, with a burst of system-enhanced strength, leapt effortless ly onto the nearest fire escape. He scaled the wall with a speed and grace that was entirely new, his body lighter and more powerful than it had ever been. Skill. Sprint has been activated. Toga followed with a gleeful giggle, her own agility allowing her to keep pace. Dabi was more reserved, using blasts of blue flame from his feet for short, controlled bursts of propulsion, landing on the roof with a soft thud. They moved across the cityscape like wraiths. Izuku was in the lead, his path guided by the real-time intelligence from his shadow scout. He flowed over obstacles, his movements economical and precise. He was no longer the clumsy, stumbling boy who broke his bones with every attack. He was an apex predator in his natural environment. Toga stayed close, a constant, excited presence at his side. She watched his every move, her obsession growing with each demonstration of his newfound power. This cold, efficient commander was 1,000 times more captivating than the crying hero boy she'd first met. He was hers now, in a way. They were the same, cast out and remade. Dabi trailed behind, his expression unreadable. He watched Izuku, not with the infatuation of Toga, but with the cautious eye of a fellow strategist. The kid was smart, he'd give him that. He wasn't just relying on his bizarre new power, he was leveraging all of their assets. He was using Toga's skill set, Dabi's raw power, and Shigaraki's mindless beast as pieces on a chessboard. It was a level of tactical thinking Dabi hadn't expected from the former hero student. He had assumed All Might's successor would be all heart and no head. He was beginning to see how wrong he was. They paused on the edge of a high-rise overlooking the shipping yards. Below, the slasher Numu was rampaging through a small group of drug dealers. Its bone blades a whirlwind of death. It was a loud, messy distraction, just as Izuku intended. Through his scout's eyes, Izuku saw Knuckleduster perched on a nearby crane, observing the chaos. The old vigilante was drawn to the disturbance like a moth to a flame. He saw the Numu, a clear perversion of nature, and his duty was clear. He's taken the bait, Izuku said, his voice a low whisper. He sees the Numu as the primary threat. He'll move to engage it. The yards are a maze of shipping containers. Perfect for an ambush. He pointed to a narrow corridor, or between 2 towering stacks of red containers. He'll try to lure it there, to limit its mobility. Dabi, you'll cut off the far exit with a wall of fire. Toga, you'll cover the entrance behind him. My shadow and I will take him from above. The plan was simple, brutal, and elegant. It used their strengths to create a kill box with no escape. I get to play with him first, right? Toga asked, licking her lips in anticipation. Wound him. Distract him, Izuku commanded. Do not underestimate him. He's quirkless, which means every trick the heroes and villains use won't work on him. He fights smart. So do we, Dabi rumbled. A low, blue flame starting to dance on his fingertips. They descended into the labyrinth of steel, melting into the shadows. The air grew heavy with the smell of rust and saltwater. The only sounds were the distant screams of the slasher's victims and the heavy tread of the vigilante moving into position. The hunt was nearing its end. The clang of metal on B1 echoed through the corridor of shipping containers. Knuckleduster was faster and stronger than his age suggested. He moved with the grounded, powerful economy of a seasoned brawler, weaving around the slasher Numu's wild swings. his reinforced gauntlets deflecting the bone blades with showers of sparks. He was a bulldog fighting a mindless bear, using leverage and experience to counter raw, overwhelming force. "Come on, you ugly bastard," he growled, his voice muffled by his helmet. "Let's see what you've got." He ducked under a vicious slash that would have decapitated a normal man and drove his fist into the Numu's knee joint. There was a sickening crack, and the creature roared in what might have been pain, its leg buckling. It was the opening they were waiting for. From the shadows near the entrance, Toga darted out, a throwing knife glinting in her hand. She aimed for the exposed back of Knuckleduster's neck, a silent, deadly projectile. But the vigilante's senses were preternaturally sharp. Without looking, he sidestepped, and the knife clattered harmlessly against the corrugated steel wall. "Got friends, do you?" he grunted, turning his attention away from the wounded Numu for a split second. It was a mistake. The slasher, driven by instinct and regeneration, lunged, one of its blades catching him across the chest plate. The reinforced metal screamed as it was torn open, and Knuckleduster was thrown back, skidding across the grimy concrete. Before he could recover, a torrent of brilliant blue flame erupted at the far end of the corridor, sealing the exit in a roaring, incandescent wall. The heat was immense, warping the air and turning the metal walls of the containers cherry red. Dobby stepped out from behind a stack of pallets, his hand outstretched, palm glowing. Nowhere to run. Knuckleduster staggered to his feet, clutching his chest. He was trapped. A regenerating monster in front of him, a nimble assassin behind him, and a high-powered arsonist blocking his only escape. A lesser man would have given into despair. Knuckleduster just settled into a lower, wider stance. "So, the League's little monsters decided to come out and play," he spat. From atop the containers, Izuku watched, his face a mask of cold observation. His shadow scout had dissolved back into his own shadow, its purpose served. Now was the time for direct intervention. He looked at his own shadow soldier, the spectral Numu, and issued a silent command. "Engage." The dark creature leapt from the container, landing silently behind Knuckleduster. As the vigilante turned to face Toga, who was giggling as she drew another knife, the shadow lunged. It was a perfect pincer movement. But Knuckleduster was a veteran of 1,000 street fights. He seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He spun, not away from the new threat, but into it, ramming his shoulder hard into the shadow soldier's chest. The blow should have passed through the ethereal form, but it connected with surprising force. Staggering the creature, it seemed the shadows had some physical substance after all. The briefest moment of surprise was all the vigilante needed. He pivoted, abbing one of the slasher Numu's bone blades as it swung at him, and with a tremendous heave, he redirected the attack. The sharpened bone, intended for him, instead plunged deep into the chest of Izuku's shadow soldier. The shadow creature let out a silent scream, its form flickering violently. Izuku felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his own chest, a psychic backlash from the damage to his soldier. The connection between them wavered. "Your shadow soldier has sustained critical damage." The slasher Numu, too stupid to realize what it had done, ripped its blade free and prepared to strike again. But Knuckleduster was already moving. He pulled a small, metallic disc from his belt and threw it to the ground. It erupted in a blinding flash of white light and a deafening sonic boom. Dobby cursed, shielding his eyes. The staples around his eyelids made them particularly sensitive to bright light. Toga shrieked, more in surprise than pain, stumbling back. The Numu flinched, disoriented by the sensory overload. In that single moment of chaos, Knuckleduster acted. He ignored the others and charged straight at the biggest threat, the slasher Numu. He was inside its guard before it could react, his gauntleted fists a blur of motion. He struck not at its torso or head, but at its joints, knees, elbows, neck. Each blow landed with the force of a sledgehammer. He wasn't trying to kill it with brute force. He was systematically dismantling it, piece by piece. With a final, desperate roar, the slasher swung its arms wildly. Knuckleduster ducked under the attack, grabbed one of the bone blades, and used the monster's own momentum to twist its arm back at a sickening angle. He planted his boot on its back and pulled. There was a wet, tearing sound, and the entire arm was ripped from its socket. The Numu staggered, black blood pouring from the wound. It was crippled but not dead. It turned its featureless face towards the vigilante, and its chest began to glow with a malevolent red light. Its regeneration quirk kicking into overdrive to fuel a final, self-destructive attack. "Oh no you don't," Knuckleduster growled. He drove the severed bone blade straight through the creature's head, pinning it to the container wall behind it. The red glow sputtered and died. The slasher Numu, Shigaraki's prized prototype, slumped, twitching and inert. Dead. Silence fell once more, broken only by the crackle of Dabi's flames and Toga's unsteady breathing. "Impressive," Dabi admitted, his vision slowly clearing. "For an old man in a tin can." Knuckleduster pulled the bone blade free and let it drop with a clang. He was breathing heavily, his chest wound bleeding freely now. He had won the battle against the monster, but the cost was high. He was injured, exhausted, and still surrounded. He looked up at the container where Izuku stood. "And then there's you, the puppet master. I could feel you pulling the strings." Izuku landed softly on the ground, the impact making no sound. His shadow soldier, heavily damaged, flickered and dissolved back into his shadow to recuperate. Shadow soldier is stored for regeneration. He was alone. Toga was still recovering her senses, Dabi was holding the perimeter. And the Numu was destroyed. Just as the outline had predicted. It was him against the vigilante. "You're just a kid," Knuckleduster said, his voice laced with a weary disappointment. "Another one twisted by those freaks." Izuku didn't respond. He simply walked forward, his posture calm, his eyes glowing with that unnerving purple light. He felt no fear. He felt no anger. He only felt the cold, clear logic of the system. His target was in front of him. Injured, but still dangerous. Daily quest. Preparation for power is now available. Perform 100 push ups, 0 100s, perform 100 sit-ups, 0 100s, run 10 kilometers, 0 tenths. Failure to complete this quest will result in a penalty. A notification popped up, incongruous and absurd in the middle of a life or death confrontation. He mentally dismissed it. There were more important things to deal with. Knuckleduster charged, aiming to end it quickly. Izuku met the charge head-on. The vigilante threw a heavy right hook. A punch that could shatter concrete. Izuku, instead of blocking, used his system-enhanced agility. He ducked under the blow, his movement unnaturally fluid, and slammed the heel of his palm into the man's already injured chest. The vigilante grunted in pain, stumbling back. He hadn't expected the speed, nor the surprising strength behind the blow. "You're fast, kid," he wheezed. "But you've got no technique." He was right. Izuku wasn't a trained martial artist. He was just following the instincts provided by the system, the faint outlines of combat knowledge that had come with his awakening. But he didn't need flawless technique. He had something better. He had stats. He had an inexhaustible pool of stamina, as long as he had HP. And he had a mind that was now a cold, calculating machine. He analyzed his opponent. Knuckleduster was a brawler, powerful, but reliant on overwhelming his opponents. His weakness was his stamina. He was an old man, and he was bleeding. Izuku's strategy was simple: wear him down. For the next several minutes, the corridor was filled with the sounds of battle. Izuku didn't try to land a decisive blow. He dodged, he weaved, he parried. He took hits, his HP bar dropping with each solid connection, but he gave back just as many, his own strikes chipping away at the vigilante's endurance. It wasn't a heroic fight. It was a war of attrition. HP 150 220ths HP, 135 220ths HP, 110 220ths. Knuckleduster's movements grew slower, his breathing more ragged. Frustration crept into his attacks. He was the veteran, the survivor. This blank-faced child was fighting him like a machine, with no emotion, no passion, just relentless, grinding efficiency. "Fight me, damn it!" the vigilante roared, throwing a desperate flurry of punches. "Show me some fire, some reason. What are you even fighting for?" Izuku deflected the last punch and saw his opening. Knuckleduster was overextended, his guard down for a fraction of a second. Izuku's arm shot out, not with a punch, but with his fingers extended. He didn't have a dagger, but the system had given him the knowledge. Skill. Dagger Arts LVL. 1. He channeled his strength stat into one focused point, striking the side of Knuckleduster's neck. The vigilante's eyes widened in shock. He choked, a gurgling sound escaping his lips as he dropped to his knees, clutching his throat. He hadn't killed him, but he had disabled him. Izuku stood over the kneeling man, his expression unchanged. He could see Toga watching from the entrance, her eyes wide and shining. He could feel Dabi's intense, assessing gaze from the other end of the corridor. This was his final test. "Please," Knuckleduster rasped, his helmet knocked askew, revealing the face of a weary, grizzled man in his late 50s. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Don't do this. You were a hero once. I heard about you, the boy who wanted to save everyone." For a flicker of a moment, an image flashed in Izuku's mind. All Might's smiling face, Uraraka's cheerful wave, the determined look in Ida's eyes. A phantom pain, an echo of a life that was no longer his. He remembered the feeling of wanting to save people, the burning desire to be a symbol of peace. He looked down at the dying man. That boy was dead. He had died in a dark cell, listening to the laughter of his tormentors. That boy had been a fool. Saving people got you betrayed. Saving people got you sold. Saving people got you killed. He would not make that mistake again. He knelt, placing his hand on Knuckleduster's head. The man flinched, expecting a final blow. But Izuku simply held him there as the life faded from his eyes. The light of defiance dimmed, replaced by the vacant stare of death. The body slumped to the ground. Izuku stood up, his expression as placid as ever. He had taken a human life. And he felt nothing. Just a quiet sense of completion. A task checked off a list. You have defeated a powerful foe. You have gained 500 experience points. Level up. Your level is now 2. You have 5 unassigned stat points. The notifications were a welcome, validating chime in the silence of his mind. He ignored the stat points for now. There was one last thing to do. He looked down at the corpse of the vigilante. The system had given him a new power, one he had yet to test on a human. He stretched his hand out over the body. Arise. The word was a low, guttural command, filled with an ancient power that he was only just beginning to understand. It vibrated in the air, a dark chord that resonated with the very concept of death. The shadow beneath Knuckleduster's body began to churn and bubble like boiling tar. A thick, black mist rose from the corpse, coalescing into a humanoid shape. Dark tendrils of energy solidified, forming armor that mimicked the vigilante's trench coat and gauntlets. A featureless, knight-like helm formed over its head, and from its eyes, a cold, blue light ignited, a star. Contrast to the purple of his Numu shadow. Shadow extraction is successful. You have extracted the soul of Iwao Oguro. A new window opened in his vision. Name. Level. 1 grade. Knight. Knight grade. It was a higher rank than the normal grade of his Numu soldier. This one was powerful. He could feel its strength, its latent combat knowledge, a silent echo of the man it once was, now bound to his will. A name, Izuku murmured, more to himself than anyone. The man fought like a bulwark of iron. His will was iron. I'll call you, Iron. As if hearing its new designation, the Shadow Knight dropped to one knee. Its head bowed in perfect, unwavering loyalty. A sudden warmth pressed against his back. 2 arms snaked around his chest, and he felt Toga press her face into the space between his shoulder blades. Her body was trembling with excitement. That was amazing, Izuku-kun, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Before he could react, she spun him around. Her face was flushed, her golden eyes dilated with adoration and bloodlust. She surged forward and pressed her lips to his. It wasn't a soft or gentle kiss. It was fierce, possessive, tasting of iron and ecstatic madness. It was a brand, a claim. Amidst the gore and death, she had found her kindred spirit, her king. When she pulled back, a string of saliva connected their lips for a moment. Perfect, she breathed. From the end of the corridor, the wall of blue fire died down. Dabi walked towards them, his long coat sweeping across the ground. He stopped a few feet away, his turquoise eyes taking in the scene, the dead vigilante. The dead Numu, the kneeling Shadow Knight, and Toga clinging to Izuku like a limpet. He didn't speak for a long moment. He just looked at Izuku, his gaze intense and searching. He saw the coldness in the boy's eyes, the utter lack of remorse, the raw, undeniable power radiating from him. This wasn't all for one's pawn. This wasn't Shigaraki's rival. This was something new, something dangerous. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Dabi's scarred face. It was the first genuine expression of approval Izuku had ever seen from him. Not bad, kid, Dabi said, his voice a low, smoky rumble. Not bad at all. He had proven himself. He wasn't a tool to be used. He was a weapon to be wielded. And tonight, he had drawn first blood. Izuku gently detached himself from Toga, his focus already shifting. He walked over to the corpse of the slasher Numu. It was a powerful creature, even if it was mindless. A waste to leave it behind. He placed his hand over it. Arise. The extraction was easier this time, the creature having no will of its own to resist. Its shadow peeled away from its body, forming another spectral monster, this one with reformed bone blades and a tangible aura of menace. Shadow extraction is successful. Shadow Soldier. Slasher Numu grade. Elite. Elite grade. Even better. Izuku now stood flanked by two new, powerful soldiers. A skilled knight and a monstrous berserker. He looked from iron to the new Numu's shadow, then to the spot where his first soldier was regenerating within his own shadow. In one night, he had tripled his forces. He had leveled up. He had secured the loyalty, or at least the respect, of his new, dangerous comrades. He turned his gaze towards the distant, glittering lights of the city. So many lights, so many people, so many strong souls, heroes, villains, each one a potential soldier for his legion. The path forward was no longer shrouded in the darkness of despair. It was illuminated by the cold, purple light of his newfound power. He had a purpose again. It wasn't to save, it was to conquer. He looked at his small but growing legion, the first citizens of a kingdom yet to be born. A cold, hard resolve settled in his heart, filling the void that betrayal had carved. He was no longer Izuku Midoriya, the failed hero. He was the monarch, and his reign was just beginning. Chapter 3. Forging a Family. The stench of stale beer and old blood was the permanent perfume of the League's hideout, a scent that clung to the very molecules of the air. For Izuku, however, it was a backdrop, a dull sensory input that his mind had long since learned to filter out. His world was now one of system notifications, glowing purple mana, and the silent, ever-present hum of his loyal dead. His influence within the League, once non-existent, had begun to grow like a tenacious mold in the damp, shadowy corners of the organization. It was an influence born not of charisma or camaraderie, but of cold, undeniable power. A power that was now his and his alone. The morning began, as they always did now, in the small, windowless room that had been granted to him. It was a step up from the cell, ACIT acknowledgement from all for one that he was no longer mere property. A cot, a bare bulb, and cracked concrete walls were his domain. He sat on the edge of the cot, his posture ramrod straight, eyes closed. He wasn't meditating, he was communing. In the periphery of his consciousness, he could feel them, the spectral Numu, a hulking beast of shadow tethered to his will, iron, the stoic knight figure, standing an eternal, silent vigil in the corner of his mind, and the dozen or so lesser shadows he had reaped from street thugs and low-level villains in discreet, nocturnal hunts. They were an extension of himself, a choir of silent obedience that sang a constant, reassuring chorus of loyalty in the back of his soul. A holographic blue screen shimmered into existence before him. Daily quest. Physical conditioning. Push-ups 0 100ths, sit-ups 0 100ths, squats 0 100ths, running 0/10ths of a kilometer. Upon completion, you will receive 1. Status recovery 2. Stat points plus 3. Random loot box. Without a word, he dropped to the floor. His movements were fluid, mechanical. Each push-up was perfect, his back a straight line, his arms pumping like pistons. The system was his new guide, his new mentor. It rewarded effort with tangible progress, a simple, honest transaction that hero society, with its biases and politics, had never offered him. He wasn't training to be a hero anymore. He was forging himself into a weapon, sharpening every edge, reinforcing every weakness. The memories of his frail, quirkless body were a distant ghost, a phantom limb that no longer ached. His muscles, enhanced by his rising stats, burned with a clean, satisfying fire. As he finished his squats, the door to his room creaked open without a preceding knock. Himiko Toga slipped inside, quiet as a cat. She was already in her schoolgirl uniform. A detail that was equal parts charming and unsettling. She didn't speak, simply leaned against the doorframe and watched him, a wide, almost reverent smile on her face. Her gaze wasn't lecherous or mocking. It was the look of a connoisseur admiring a masterpiece in progress. She saw the sweat beading on his brow, the taut lines of his muscles, and to her, it was beautiful. It was the beautiful process of him becoming more. "Good morning, Monarch-kun," she finally chirped, her voice a sing-song melody that cut through the rhythmic grunts of his exertion. He had told them his new title, and she had latched onto it with feverish delight. To her, Izuku was the name of the broken, crying boy. Monarch was the name of the cold, powerful king who had risen in his place. He finished his last sit-up, the notification quest complete chiming softly in his mind, and rose to his feet. He grabbed a gray, threadbare towel from his cot and wiped his face, his eyes meeting hers in the dim light. "Toga." His voice was low, still raspy in the morning. She pushed off the wall and practically danced over to him, her movements unnervingly light. She stopped inches from him, tilting her head. "You smell nice when you work so hard. Like iron and promises." She reached out, her fingers tracing the faint, silvery scars on his chest where the Numu's claws had ended one life and begun another. He didn't flinch. Her touch, which would have sent terror down the spine of any sane person, was simply a fact of his new existence. A familiar, possessive warmth. "There's breakfast," she said, her thumb brushing over his collarbone. "Dabi-kun saved you some burnt toast. He said it matches your soul now." She giggled. "I think your soul is much prettier. It's a lovely, deep purple." Izuku just nodded, pulling on a simple black shirt. The three of them had formed a strange, unspoken pact. A triangle of outcasts orbiting a new center of gravity, him. He was the linchpin. He provided the power and direction. They provided skills and a fierce, twisted form of loyalty that he was beginning to understand was more reliable than any hero's promise. The main bar area was tense, the air thick with Shigaraki's foul mood. The man-child villain was hunched over the counter, scratching furiously at his neck, his red eyes glaring at the trio as they entered. Spinner was polishing his sword in a corner, and Mr. Compress was practicing shuffling a deck of cards, but their feigned nonchalance couldn't hide the division in the room. There was Shigaraki's faction, and there was Izuku's. Dabi was leaning against the far wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a plume of smoke obscuring his scarred face. He gestured with his head towards a plate on the bar. "Eat up, King. Got a big day of plotting the downfall of civilization ahead of us." His tone was dripping with his usual sarcasm, but there was no bite to it when directed at Izuku. It was their way. Izuku took the plate, the toast indeed charred to a blackened crisp, and began to eat. The silence was a battlefield. Shigaraki's scratching grew louder, more frantic. "Playing house," he rasped, his voice like gravel. "Don't get too comfortable. You're still just Sensei's new toy. A fancier Numu." Dabi snorted, a puff of smoke jetting from his nostrils. "Funny. Last I checked, the toys weren't the ones winning fights and bringing back actual assets. How's that grand plan to smash everything coming along, Tamura? Still stuck on the whine about it stage? You wanna say that again, Patchwork?" Shigaraki shot to his feet, his hand hovering over the bar, threatening to decay it to dust. "Enough." Izuku's voice was quiet, yet it cut through the tension like a razor. He didn't raise his head, didn't stop chewing the brittle toast. But the shadows in the room deepened perceptibly. Iron, his shadow knight, materialized behind him, a silent, imposing silhouette of dark energy, its phantom eyes glowing with purple malevolence. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Shigaraki froze, his glare shifting to Izuku. It was a look of pure, undiluted hatred, mixed with a healthy dose of fear. He was a prince whose throne was being threatened by a peasant who had stumbled upon a dragon. He spat on the floor. "Whatever. Just stay out of my way." He stormed off towards his room, slamming the door behind him. Mr. Compress sighed dramatically. "Oh, the exquisite drama of it all. A schism in the house of villainy. How wonderfully theatrical." Izuku ignored him. He finished his toast and turned to Dabi. "Report." This was their new routine. While Shigaraki plotted vague destruction, Izuku gathered intelligence. He used his lesser shadows, the ghosts of street thugs, as the perfect spies. They were invisible, silent, and could slip through cracks in the wall. They were his eyes and ears across the entire city. Dabi took a long drag from his cigarette. Got a hit from your spooks. A Yakuza remnant. Bunch of old-timers who didn't want to bow to Hasaikai and managed to survive the fallout. They've holed up in the old Kanai industrial district. Word is their leader has a powerful quirk. Some kind of high-speed regeneration. Izuku's eyes glinted with interest. Regeneration. A durable soldier would be an invaluable asset. His new Mushado was strong but brutish. Iron was a skilled fighter but lacked a defensive edge. A regenerating tank would perfectly round out his command staff. Perfect, Izuku said. Toga, what do you know about the district? Toga's eyes lit up, thrilled to be included in the strategy session. It's a maze. Lots of old warehouses and abandoned subway tunnels. Easy to get in, easy to get lost. The police don't go there. They call it the forgotten gut of the city. Good. We'll use the tunnels for our approach, Izuku stated, his mind already piecing together a plan. Kurogiri. The purple mist that comprised the league's warp gate tender coalesced behind the bar, his yellow eyes glowing. Yes, Monarch-sama, the honorific was new. Kurogiri, ever the pragmatist, recognized the shift in power. I need a gate to the entrance of the Kanai service tunnels. Tonight, just us three, Izuku commanded. As you wish. The mist dissipated. Izuku looked at his two companions. Toga was practically vibrating with excitement, her hand clutching one of her knives. Dabi pushed himself off the wall, grinding out his cigarette under his boot. He gave Izuku a sharp, appraising look. Just gonna walk in and take the guy's soul. Cocky. It's not cockiness, Izuku replied, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. It's efficiency. They are a resource waiting to be harvested. We will plan the assault this afternoon. I want their numbers, patrol routes, and a complete layout of their main base of operations by dusk. He turned and walked back towards his room, his shadow knight dissolving back into his own. Get ready. Dabi watched him go, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across his stapled features. This was different. This wasn't Shigaraki's chaotic rage or all-for-one's labyrinthine scheming. This was the cold, brutal calculus of a predator. And for the first time since he'd clawed his way out of his own grave, Chuya Todoroki felt like he had found a cause he could truly burn for. The afternoon was spent in methodical preparation. Izuku had unrolled a slightly crumpled schematic of the industrial district's sewer and service tunnel system on the floor of his room. It was old, procured by one of his shadow spies from a dusty municipal archive. The three of them were huddled around it, the only light coming from the bare bulb overhead, casting their faces in sharp relief. This was what set him apart from Shigaraki. Izuku didn't just have a goal, he had a process. The intel suggests their main force is concentrated in this abandoned steel mill, Izuku said, his finger tapping a large, complex structure on the map. It offers the most defensible position. Multiple floors, thick walls, limited points of entry. So a frontal assault is suicide, Dabi grunted, tracing one of the roads leading to it. They'd have the high ground and choke points locked down. Exactly, Izuku agreed, which is why we won't use a frontal assault. Toga, you said you know the tunnels. This service line here, he pointed to a thin, dotted line. It runs directly underneath the mill's primary generator room. According to the schematics, there's a maintenance hatch. Toga leaned in close, her blonde hair brushing against Izuku's shoulder. Ooh, I know that one. It's super tight and smelly, but it goes right up into the guts of the building. They'd never expect anyone to come from below. You'll be our entry point, Izuku said, his gaze locking with hers. Your job is infiltration and sabotage. Get to the generator and cut the power to the main building. The ensuing chaos will be our cover. Toga beamed, her cheeks flushing with pleasure. He wasn't just telling her to go stab people. He was giving her a critical role, trusting her with the linchpin of the entire operation. I'll make it go dark and quiet for them, Monarch-kun. So quiet. Izuku then turned his attention to Dabi. Once the lights are out, you'll provide a diversion. From this position, he indicated a cluster of smaller buildings to the west. You'll have a clear line of sight to their eastern wall. I want you to hit it with everything you have. Create a breach. Draw their attention. Make them think that's our main push. Dobby's turquoise eyes burned with a flicker of his quirk. So I get to burn things. Don't have to ask me twice. I'll give them a light show they won't forget. I will handle the rest, Izuku stated simply. My shadows and I will use the confusion you both create. We'll enter through the breach Dobby makes, sweep the facility, and eliminate the target. Your roles are critical. Toga, your STE. Alpha's the key that unlocks their defense. Dobby, your firepower is the hammer that breaks it. I am the blade that slips through the cracks you make. He looked at them, his purple-tinged eyes serious. He wasn't a boss giving orders to minions. He was a commander outlining a strategy to his trusted officers. He respected their skills, utilized their strengths, and made them feel essential to the victory. It was a stark contrast to being treated as disposable tools by Shigaraki or as pawns in a grander game by All for One. Here, with him, they were architects of their own conquest. Any questions? Izuku asked. Toga shook her head eagerly. Dobby just smirked. Yeah, try to leave a few of them alive long enough for me to get a turn. Negative, Izuku replied flatly. We are not there to play. We are there to acquire an asset. Every other target is an obstacle to be removed. Efficiency, precision, that is how we will win. The finality in his tone left no room for argument. This was the Monarch's way. Night fell over the city like a shroud. The Kanai Industrial District was a skeleton of rusted metal and broken concrete, a testament to a bygone era of prosperity. Rain began to fall, a cold, persistent drizzle that slicked the streets and whispered through the empty window frames of derelict factories. On a rooftop overlooking the Target steel mill, Izuku and Toga lay prone, shrouded in the darkness. Dobby had already departed, making his way to his own designated position. A heavy silence settled between them, broken only by the patter of the rain. They were waiting for the final patrol to pass. The last piece of intelligence gathered by a rat-like shadow currently skittering through the vents of the mill below. Toga rested her chin on her hands, her yellow eyes gleaming in the gloom as she stared at Izuku's profile. He was completely still, his focus absolute. He was like a statue carved from granite and purpose. She found the intensity captivating. You know, she began. Her voice barely a whisper, they used to tell me I was broken. Izuku didn't turn his head, but his attention shifted, a subtle change in his stillness that told her he was listening. When I was little, she continued, her voice losing its usual manic edge, becoming softer, more wistful. I found a little bird with a broken wing in our garden. I thought it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I loved it so much. I wanted to be just like it. She paused, picking at a loose thread on her glove. So I cut my finger and drank a little bit of my own blood. I wanted to understand it. To be closer to it. My parents found me. The look on their faces. They looked at me like I was a monster. A glitch. Izuku remained silent, letting her speak. He knew this was important. It was a peeling back of layers. A glimpse into the heart of the girl who had pledged herself to his cause. It was always like that, Toga murmured, her gaze distant. The more I loved someone, the more I wanted to become them. To have their blood, to know everything about them. I loved Saito-kun in my middle school class. He was so handsome and cool. I just wanted a little bit of his blood, to make him a part of me. But when I asked him, he screamed. Everyone screamed. They called the police, teachers, counselors, doctors, they all tried to fix me. They gave me pills to make me numb, therapy to make me normal. They tried to paint over me, to make me into a picture they could hang on their wall. A nice, smiling, normal girl. Her voice trembled slightly, but that wasn't me. The more they tried to change me, the more I wanted to be myself. The real me, the one who thinks blood is pretty and loves with her whole body and soul. So I ran away, and everyone I met after that, they all looked at me with those same eyes. Fear, disgust, like I was a stain they wanted to wipe away. She finally turned her head fully, her wide, vulnerable eyes fixed on him. But you don't look at me like that. You look at me, and you see a weapon. A tool, a part of your plan. And that's okay. It's better. Because you're not trying to change me. You're using me exactly as I am. The patrol passed below, their flashlights cutting uselessly through the rain-soaked darkness. Izuku shifted his head, his gaze finally meeting hers. His eyes, with their faint purple glow, held no judgment, no pity, no disgust. They held only a deep, chilling understanding. He reached out, his gloved hand gently touching her cheek. Her skin was cold from the rain. They threw us away because we didn't fit in their perfect picture, he said, his voice a low, resonant rumble. His words were not just for her. They were for him, for Dabi, for every soul society had deemed broken or monstrous. Quote, they want their heroes to be flawless symbols and their citizens to be smiling sheep. Anyone who is different, anyone who is inconvenient, is a threat to that picture. So they lock them up, or drug them, or cast them out into the dark. He looked towards the steel mill, a fortress of rust and shadows. So we'll make our own picture. A world where the monsters and the glitches don't have to hide. A world where our scars aren't weaknesses to be fixed, but symbols of the strength it took to survive their perfect world. Tears welled in Toga's eyes, shimmering in the darkness. But she wasn't sad. It was a profound, soul-shaking relief. He didn't just accept her. He understood the very core of her pain and validated her existence. He wasn't offering her a place as his sidekick or his lover. He was offering her a place in a new world of his own design, a world built specifically for people like them. She leaned into his touch, a soft, genuine smile gracing her lips, free of its usual manic energy. I'll follow you anywhere, Monarch-kun, she whispered, her voice thick with an emotion so fierce it was terrifying. I'll bleed for you, I'll kill for you, I will help you paint our new picture. In that moment, her devotion was solidified, reforged from childish obsession into something far stronger, far more dangerous, absolute faith. He was no longer just a person she admired, he was her purpose. He was her king. Izuku gave a single, slow nod. I know, he said. He then withdrew his hand, his focus returning to the mission. The patrol is clear. It's time. Toga's express. Sion shifted back to one of gleeful anticipation. She wiped her eyes, pulled her knife, and gave him a sharp, bloody salute. The moment of vulnerability was over. It was time for the monster to come out and play. The raid began not with a bang, but with a whisper. Toga moved through the service tunnels like a phantom, her small frame navigating the cramped, dripping pipes with practiced ease. The stench of rust and stagnant water was overwhelming, but it was a familiar environment for her. She was a creature of the dark, forgotten places. She found the maintenance hatch exactly where the schematic said it would be and, with a twist of her knife in the rusted lock, slipped inside the steel mill's foundation. Meanwhile, on the west side, Dabi was perched atop a water tower, the rain sizzling on his scarred skin. He could feel the familiar, exhilarating heat building in his core. He watched the eastern wall of the mill, a massive sheet of corrugated, rust-streaked steel. He waited. Izuku was positioned 50 yards from the same wall, concealed within the skeletal remains of a burnt-out truck. He was a pool of stillness in the chaotic night. His shadow soldiers, Iron and the hulking Numu, were submerged in his shadow. Waiting for his command, he had his senses extended, feeling the vibrations in the ground, listening to the thrum of the generator through the connection he maintained with his scouting shadows. Then, it happened. A deep, groaning shudder vibrated through the ground as the mill's massive generators sputtered and died. Every light in the compound, from the OD lights on the watchtowers to the dim lamps in the windows, blinked out at once, plunging the entire area into near-total darkness. Shouts of confusion and alarm echoed from within. That was Dabi's cue. Let's turn up the heat, he muttered to himself. He raised his hand, and a torrent of brilliant, searingly blue fire erupted from his palm. It wasn't a simple fireball, it was a concentrated NCE of pure cremation that shot across the rainy expanse and struck the steel wall. The sound was deafening, a concussive boom followed by the shriek of tortured metal. The wall, nearly a foot thick, glowed white-hot for a moment before melting like wax, a massive, gaping hole torn open in the side of the fortress. The diversion worked perfectly. Yakuza thugs, armed with an assortment of quirks and weapons, rushed towards the breach. Their attention entirely focused on the blue inferno raging outside. Arise, Izuku commanded under his breath. From his shadow, his legion poured forth. He didn't unleash his full, albeit small, army. That would be overkill and tactically unwise. He sent out 10 of his lesser shadows first. They were wraiths of darkness, armed with spectral claws and daggers. And they flowed through the breach like smoke. They were silent, deadly, and utterly expendable. They swarmed the first wave of defenders, their purpose not to win, but to sow more chaos and map the enemy's immediate positions within the structure. Izuku, flanked by Iron and his Numu, followed close behind. He moved with a system-enhanced grace that was terrifying to behold, a black-clad wraith gliding through the chaos he had orchestrated. The inside of the mill was a cacophony of panicked shouting, gunfire, and the unnatural silence of shadows doing their work. Izuku's mind was a whirlwind of information. He saw through the eyes of his scouts, processing a dozen different viewpoints at once. He guided them, turning them into a perfectly coordinated death squad. One shadow would draw fire while 2 others flanked and eliminated the shooter. He used the environment, having them drop from rafters or emerge from behind machinery. The Yakuza, accustomed to fighting other humans, had no idea how to combat an enemy that could not be killed, felt no pain, and appeared from the very shadows they were hiding in. Izuku strode through the battlefield like a king surveying his domain. He didn't engage directly. His job was to command. He located his target on the 3rd floor, a central office, surrounded by the highest concentration of guards. The boss. He turned his attention to his generals. Iron, clear a path up the central staircase. Numu, you will follow. Destroy anyone who stands in your way. The mental command was instant. Iron, his dark armor glinting, charged forward. His shadow blade a blur as he engaged a group of thugs trying to form a defensive line. The Numu followed, a battering ram of pure muscle and shadow, tossing men aside like dolls. As they ascended, Izuku felt a presence at his side. Toga, her face spattered with blood that wasn't hers, her smile wider and more ecstatic than ever. The lights are out for good, Monarch-kun. They were so surprised. Good work, Izuku said, not breaking stride. The boss is on the 3rd floor. I'm going for him. You and Dabi handle the reinforcements. No one gets in. No one gets out. You can count on us. She chirped, before vanishing back into the darkness, her knives ready to find new homes. Izuku reached the 3rd floor. The hallway leading to the office was a scene of carnage. Iron stood over the last of the elite guard, his blade dripping with shadow essence. The Numu had simply punched a hole through the wall next to the reinforced door. Izuku stepped through the jagged opening. The office was large, opulent in a gaudy, outdated way, and in the center stood a mountain of a man with a wild mane of gray hair and a dragon tattoo coiling up his thick neck. This was Kato, the immortal, Tanaka, leader of this Yakuza remnant. He was bleeding from several small cuts, but they were already closing, the skin knitting itself back together with visible speed. So, the man growled, his voice deep and gravelly. You're the little ghost that's been tearing my men apart. You've got some nerve, kid. Izuku didn't answer. He simply observed. The man's regeneration was fast, but Izuku's system-enhanced perception noticed the slight tremor in his hands, the sheen of sweat on his brow. The quirk was powerful, but it clearly had a cost. Stamina, energy. It wasn't infinite. Player observation skill is active. Target's regeneration quirk consumes a high volume of lipids and proteins. Sustained, non-lethal damage will result in rapid exhaustion. The path to victory was clear. I don't know who sent you, Tanaka roared. But you picked the wrong dragon to poke. He charged, his fists like cinder blocks. Izuku easily sidestepped the clumsy attack. He was faster, more agile. He didn't attack back. He simply evaded. Tanaka swung again, a wild haymaker that smashed a hole in the wall where Izuku's head had been a second before. Stand still and fight me, coward. The Yakuza boss bellowed. Numu, restrain his legs. Iron, his arms. The 2 shadow generals moved in perfect sync. The Numu tackled Tanaka low, its immense strength wrapping around his tree-trunk thighs. Iron flanked him, his spectral form weaving past a clumsy backhand to seize the man's arms. Tanaka roared with fury, his muscles bulging as he fought against the shadow bindings. He was incredibly strong, but he was fighting 2 powerful entities at once. With the boss immobilized, Izuku walked forward calmly. He drew a combat knife from his belt. a practical tool, nothing fancy. He didn't aim for the heart or the throat. He began to make a series of shallow, systematic cuts across Tanaka's chest and shoulders. Each cut bled profusely for a moment before steaming and sealing shut. What are you doing? Tanaka grunted, straining against his captors. Analyzing, Izuku said, his voice a cold monotone. He made another cut, deeper this time. It took a full 2 seconds longer to heal. Your quirk is impressive, but it's a furnace that requires fuel. And I'm going to make you burn through all of it. He continued his work, methodical and relentless. Cut, heal, cut, heal. The process was tortuous. Tanaka's roars of rage turned into pained grunts. His struggles weakened. The sweat poured down his face. His regeneration, once instantaneous, was now sluggish, the flesh crawling back together slowly, leaving angry red welts behind. Finally, after several minutes, Tanaka was panting, his body trembling with exhaustion. The last cut Izuku made on his cheek barely healed at all, leaving a long, weeping gash. He was spent. Please, the man wheezed, his arrogance gone, replaced by terror. Whatever you want. Money, territory, it's yours. Izuku looked down at him, his eyes empty of pity. I don't want your territory. I don't want your money. He raised the knife, positioning the tip directly over Tanaka's heart. I want your eternal loyalty. He plunged the blade in. Tanaka's eyes went wide with shock before glazing over. Izuku felt the man's life extinguish. He was dead. Izuku stood over the corpse, the silence in the room profound. He could hear the distant sounds of Dabi's flames and Toga's joyous mayhem, but here, in this office, there was only the stillness of death. He placed his hand over the body, purple energy beginning to swirl around his palm. Arise. The word was a command, an invocation, a violation of the natural order. He focused his will, his mana, pouring it into the vessel of the dead Yakuza boss, searching for the echo of his soul, the imprint of his power. He felt the familiar pull, the resistance of a spirit being torn from its final rest. And then, something went terribly wrong. A sudden, blinding white light filled his vision, erasing the room, the body. Everything. The roar of battle, the crackle of flame, it all vanished, replaced by an oppressive, absolute silence. He felt a presence, ancient and impossibly vast, descending upon him. It wasn't physical, it was a weight on his very soul, a cosmic pressure that threatened to crush him. It was a consciousness not of this world. It was pure, crystalline, and utterly alien. It didn't feel malevolent or angry. It felt analytical, like a gardener noticing a particularly invasive species of weed for the first time. He felt his entire being, his past, his present, his stolen power, being scrutinized, catalogued, and judged in an infinitesimal fraction of a second. A new system notification flashed in his mind, its text a blood-red color he had never seen before. Warning. A celestial warden has taken notice of your existence. Your manipulation of life and death has been flagged as a Tier -1 cosmic aberration. Observation protocol initiated. The pressure was immense, a divine gaze that threatened to unmake him. He felt a primal terror, a fear deeper than anything he had felt in Tartarus or at the hands of Shigaraki. This was not a hero or a villain. This was a force of nature. A fundamental rule of the universe turning its attention upon him for having the audacity to break it. And then, as quickly as it came, it was gone. The white light receded, the sounds of the world crashing back in. He was on his knees, panting, a cold sweat drenching his body. The dread remained, a shard of ice lodged deep in his soul. He had trespassed into a domain that was not meant for mortals. And its guardians were now watching. He looked down. The extraction had been paused, the purple energy wavering. Gritting his teeth, channeling every ounce of his foe, cussed to push past the lingering cosmic terror, he slammed his hand back onto the corpse. Arise, he roared, the word tearing from his throat, no longer a quiet command but a defiant scream against the silent, watching heavens. The purple energy flared violently. From the floor, a new shadow began to claw its way into existence. It was broader and more heavily built than iron, its form thick and brutish. It rose to its full height, cracks of purple energy constantly snaking across its shadowy form, as if it were perpetually regenerating, stitching itself back together. Shadow extraction is successful. Name the new soldier. Quote dot dot dot. Juggernaut, Izuku breathed, his voice hoarse. His army now numbered in the dozens, with a third general to lead them. He had won, but the chilling knowledge of the celestial warden's gaze tainted his victory. He had attracted the attention of a god, and he knew, with a certainty that froze his blood, that it would not be the last time. When they returned to the League's hideout, covered in soot and blood, a sense of triumph warring with Izuku's deep-seated unease, they were met by Kurogiri. All for One wishes to speak with you, Monarch-sama, the warped villain stated. Immediately, Izuku nodded, dismissing Juggernaut back into his shadow. He walked past a seething Shigaraki, who looked ready to disintegrate him on the spot, and stood before the large, dark monitor from which his benefactor ruled. The familiar, life support-laced voice echoed from the speakers, but the tone was different. The condescending amusement was gone, replaced by nothing that sounded unnervingly like respect. Impressive, All for One began. Your progress continues to exceed all my projections. You have become a significant asset far faster than I anticipated. I do what is necessary to grow stronger, Izuku replied, his voice carefully neutral. Indeed, so much so that I believe your current accommodations are no longer suitable for a being of your burgeoning stature. The ancient villain continued. Shigaraki is focused on his path of destruction. It is a necessary, if blunt, instrument for societal collapse. Your talents, however, are more suited to subtlety, to building power from the shadows. Your little faction has proven its effectiveness. A long pause hung in the air. Therefore, I am granting you a degree of autonomy. I will provide you with resources, a secure base of operations separate from this one, and access to my network of brokers and information dealers. Consider it an investment. Continue to grow, Monarch. Continue to gather strength. Sow your own brand of chaos. In return, when the time is right, you will render me a service. It was a masterful move. A promotion that was also a leash, an offer of freedom that was also a deeper form of control. All for One was giving him a bigger cage, hoping to keep his new, unpredictable weapon placated and pointed in the right direction. Izuku understood the game perfectly. But for now, their goals aligned. He needed time, resources, and a safe place to build his army, to prepare for the inevitable day he would have to face not only All for One, but the cosmic entity that now watched him from beyond the veil. I accept, Izuku said. Excellent, All for One's voice purred with satisfaction. Izuku turned and walked away from the screen, his new shadow general, Juggernaut, pulsing with power within him. He was buying time to become strong enough to break the leash, to challenge the master, and to face the wrath of heaven itself. He was an asset, a tool, a king in chains. But one day, he would be free, and on that day, the world, and any that watched from beyond it, would learn to fear his name. Chapter 4. The Ghost of UA. The decision crystallized not in a blaze of anger, but in the cold, quiet hum of the system interface that was now a permanent fixture in the corner of his vision. Izuku sat in the cavernous, half-finished command center they had established in the heart of their new territory, a repurposed and heavily reinforced underground metro station. The air was thick with the scent of ozone from Dabi's occasional, idle flickers of blue flame. The metallic tang of Toga's knives as she meticulously sharpened them, and the faint, otherworldly chill that emanated from Izuku's own ever-present shadow. On a salvaged monitor bank, a news report played. The audio tinny and distorted. The face on the screen was a familiar one, a stoic, furry visage that had once represented the pinnacle of intellect and strategic thinking to him, Principal Nezu. Beside him, in his skeletal, almost pathetic form, stood Toshinori Yagi, the man who had been All Might. They were announcing a press conference. A new, state-of-the-art security initiative for UA High School, codenamed Aegis Shield, designed to prevent another incident like the traitorous betrayal of Izuku Midoriya. His name. They still used his name. They spoke it with a practiced solemnity, a carefully crafted veneer of regret that made the bile rise in Izuku's throat. They had branded him, used his memory as a foundation stone for their new fortress, Akashinar. Why tale to frighten children and rally the public? They were selling security by invoking the ghost of a boy they themselves had exorcised. A new notification shimmered into existence in his vision, its crisp, Blue text, a stark contrast to the grimy surroundings. Special quest issued. The Monarch's proclamation. Objective: shatter the false narrative of the hero society. Reveal the truth of your betrayal and announce your new existence to the world. Conditions for success. 1. Infiltrate a high-profile public event. Point 2. Broadcast your message to a national audience. Point 3. Survive the inevitable confrontation. Rewards. 1. Massive increase in experience points. Point 2. New Monarch-specific skill. Ruler's Reach. Point 3. Title: The Unperson, will be upgraded to the King of the Outcasts. Failure. 1. Loss of all credibility. Point 2. Status as a global pariah will be permanently cemented. Point 3. Potential destruction of your fledgling faction. Izuku's expression didn't change. The system was merely codifying what he already knew he had to do. This wasn't about revenge anymore. Revenge was a hot, messy emotion, and he had little room for it in the cold calculus of his new existence. This was about control. It was about seizing the narrative, ripping it from the hero's manicured hands, and shaping it into a weapon of his own. Kurogiri, Izuku said, his voice quiet but carrying an authority that made the purple M-isted villain materialize at his side without a sound. Monarch, the bartender turned teleporter, responded, his yellow eyes glowing in the gloom. The press conference. The one for UA's Aegis Shield, Izuku stated, not asked. The venue is the Takoba National Convention Center. I need a complete schematic of the building. Security layouts, patrol routes, camera placements, and ventilation systems. Everything. It is a high-security event. The Hero Public Safety Commission is overseeing it personally, Kurogiri noted, his tone impassive. They're expecting a frontal assault from a disorganized mob of villains. Izuku countered, his gaze fixed on the screen where All Might was now speaking, his voice thin and reedy, a pale echo of its former booming glory. They're not expecting a ghost. He turned his head slightly, his glowing purple eyes falling on the other two occupants of the room. Toga had stopped sharpening her blade, her head cocked with a manic, predatory interest. Dabi leaned against a concrete pillar, arms crossed, a lazy plume of smoke curling from his lips. He looked bored, but his eyes were sharp, missing nothing. Dabi, Toga, we have a job. Toga was on her feet in an instant. A whirlwind of frenetic energy. Ooh, are we gonna crash a party? Can I wear a pretty dress? Can I get a sample of that new hero, the one with the weirdly long fingers? He looks like he'd bleed so nicely. Focus. Toga, Izuku said, his tone flat but not unkind. It was the voice of a patient owner reigning in a beloved, but feral, pet. This isn't about blood. It's about words. It's a performance. Dabi snorted, a puff of smoke jetting from his nostrils. A performance. Don't tell me you're going to get on stage and cry about how unfair it all was. That ship has sailed, Monarch. No, Izuku said, standing up. He walked towards a large, steel table where a long, dark object lay covered in a sheet. I'm not going to complain. I'm going to educate. He pulled the sheet away, revealing a long coat. It was fashioned from a dark, almost black material that seemed to drink the light, with subtle, interwoven patterns that resembled solidified shadow. The high collar W, as lined with a deep purple fabric that matched his eyes, and the cut was severe, militaristic, yet regal. It was the antithesis of a hero costume. It was a uniform, a statement of sovereignty. He had commissioned it from a disgraced designer in the underworld, paying with information gleaned from his shadow spies. It was time to look the part. The world thinks Izuku Midoriya was a traitor. They think the heroes justly punished a snake in their midst, he continued, running a hand over the coat's smooth fabric. I'm going to tell them that Izuku Midoriya was a product, sold by heroes to a villain to balance the books. I will be the living, breathing proof of their hypocrisy. After tomorrow, every time they say the word hero, the world will taste ash in their mouths. Dabi's cynical smirk slowly faded, replaced by a glint of genuine interest. This wasn't just a tantrum. This was psychological warfare. You're not just going to punch them. You're going to gut them from the inside out, on live television. And what's our part in this little play? Kurogiri will get us inside, Izuku explained, turning to face them, his new coat draped over his arm. The main hall will be packed. Heroes, press, politicians. Security will be focused on the entrances and the perimeter. They'll be looking for Shigaraki's brand of chaos. We'll be quieter. Dabi, I need a diversion. Something small, on the far side of the city. A fire at a warehouse owned by a hero agency Endeavor has a stake in. Just enough to draw a few of the high-level patrols away from the convention center and create a subtle strain on their comms. Dabi's lips twisted into a cruel, appreciative grin. Hitting Daddy where his wallet is. I can do that in my sleep. Toga, Izuku said, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly as he looked at her. I need you on the inside before we make our move. The security staff will be a mix of private contractors and commission agents. I need you to replace one of the backstage personnel. A janitor, a technician. Someone with clearance but who is utterly forgettable. Can you acquire a sample? Toga's eyes widened, her golden irises dilating with delight. A secret mission. Like a spy. Yes, I can be anyone. I'll be the best, most invisible janitor you've ever seen, Izuku-kun. My shadows will handle the technical side, Izuku concluded, a low hum of power beginning to emanate from him. They'll disable the lights and hijack the broadcast signals. Once the stage is ours, you two will be my honor guard. Dabi, you'll keep the heroes busy. Toga, you'll be my last line of defense. The objective is to deliver the message and leave. We are not there to level the building. We are there to level their reputation. He looked at them, his new, cold family. The PYR, Omniac son of the #1 hero and the blood-crazed girl the world had deemed a monster. They were broken, dangerous, and utterly his. They threw us away, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that was more intense than any shout. Tomorrow, we show them that their trash has learned to build a throne. Dabi held his gaze for a long moment, the blue flames in his eyes burning with a newfound respect. He gave a single, sharp nod. Toga simply beamed, her love and loyalty a terrifying, beautiful thing to behold. For the first time, they weren't just following a powerful quirk user. They were following a king with a plan. The Takoba National Convention Center was a monument to modern hubris. A sprawling complex of glass and steel, it glittered under the afternoon sun like a fallen star. It was also, at present, one of the most secure locations on the planet. Pro-heroes walked the perimeter in full costume, their expressions grim and professional. Sharp-suited agents of the Aero Public Safety Commission scanned the crowds with wary eyes, and hidden sensors swept the area for unauthorized quirk usage. It was a fortress, and Izuku's forces slipped through its walls like water through stone. Hours before the event, Dabi had performed his part flawlessly. A sudden, intense blue fire had erupted at a hero logistics warehouse across the city. It was contained quickly, but the alert had done its job, creating a ripple of distraction and rerouting a handful of top-tier heroes, just as Izuku had predicted. At the same time, Toga, giggling to herself, had located a lonely security guard on his lunch break in a nearby park. A single, silent prick of a needle was all it took. A few minutes later, a mousy, unassuming guard with thinning hair and a nervous disposition SWI had his keycard and entered the convention center's service corridors, humming a cheerful, discordant tune. Now, as twilight painted the sky in shades of orange and purple, Izuku stood with Kurogiri in a darkened alley several blocks away. The air was cool, and the distant sounds of the city were a low, constant murmur. From Izuku's shadow, two smaller, leaner forms detached themselves. They were his elite scouts. Shadows extracted from a pair of villainous assassins. They were silent, swift, and completely undetectable by conventional means. Go, he commanded, the single word a mental push rather than a spoken one. The shadows melted into the city's own, flowing through cracks in the pavement and under doorways, moving towards the convention center. Through their eyes, Izuku saw the W, earled in shades of monochrome and soul fire. He saw the patrol routes, the blind spots in the camera coverage, the subtle fluctuations in the building's power grid. His mind became a tactical map, processing dozens of streams of information simultaneously. Shadow network active, infiltrating target infrastructure. He found the primary broadcast hub in a sub-level basement, guarded by two bored-looking agents. One of his shadow assassins seeped through a ventilation grate, a wisp of animate darkness. It flowed into the room's electrical conduits, a silent virus waiting for the command to execute. He guided the second shadow up through the walls, following the path Toga had taken earlier. He saw through its eyes as it found her in a small janitor's closet. She had dispensed with the Guar's form and was now back in her own skin, slipping into a dark, tactical outfit Dabi had procured for her. She looked up as the shadow materialized a portion of its head from the wall, and she waved at it with a bloody, cheerful grin before giving it a thumbs up. She was in position. "It's time," Izuku said to Kurogiri. He donned the Monarch's coat. The fabric felt cool and heavy on his shoulders, a mantle of newfound purpose. It settled on him not as a costume, but as a skin he was born to wear. Kurogiri's misty form swirled. The destination is pre-calculated. Backstage, behind the main curtain. A 30-square-foot pocket of space with no electronic surveillance. Dabi is awaiting my signal at the rendezvous point. Execute. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of purple and black. The sensation of being disassembled and reassembled molecule by molecule was still unnerving, but Izuku endured it with stoic silence. They emerged in absolute darkness, the air tasting of dust and stale fire-retardant chemicals. The muffled sound of a speaker addressing a large crowd filtered through the heavy curtain in front of them. It was Nezu. Another portal opened beside them, and Dabi stepped through, his own long, stitched-together coat swirling around him. He gave a lazy nod, his turquoise eyes already scanning the darkness. Toga emerged from a nearby doorway a moment later, her movements unnervingly silent. Her knives already in her hands. Their trio was complete. Izuku extended his senses, feeling the presence of his two generals, Iron and Juggernaut, dormant within his shadow. They were his trump cards, waiting to be summoned. He reached out with his mind to the shadow assassin nestled in the broadcast hub. Stand by to sever external controls. On my mark, patch my feed to every network. National broadcast priority. The shadow pulsed once in acknowledgement. On the other side of the curtain, Nezu's amplified voice was saying, and with the Aegis Shield Initiative, UA High School will once again stand as an impregnable bastion of hope, ensuring that the trust you place in us is, and always will be, well-founded. A smattering of polite applause followed. Izuku could feel the smug satisfaction radiating from the heroes in the room. They were so confident, so certain in their narrative. He gave a slight nod to Toga, who slipped away like a phant. Owned to her position near the stage's power controls. He looked at Dabi, who cracked his knuckles, a small, vicious smile playing on his scarred lips. Then, Toshinori Yagi stepped up to the microphone. "I would just like to add," he began, his voice weak but earnest, "that we learn from our mistakes. We learn from our pain. The loss of young Midoriya was a tragedy that was the cue. Now," Izuku commanded, his voice a low thunder that only his allies could hear. Toga slammed her hand down on the manual circuit breaker. Simultaneously, the shadow in the broadcast hub surged, shorting the primary lighting grid and a dozen other non-essential systems. The entire convention hall plunged into absolute, disorienting darkness. Panic was a wave, cresting instantly in the blackness. Shouts, screams, the scraping of chairs. The metallic clang of a hero activating an armor-based quirk. For 3 long seconds, chaos reigned. Then, the emergency lights flickered on. A dim, sickly yellow glow that cast long, dancing shadows. But the stage remained the focus. A single, pure white spotlight suddenly flared to life, not from the ceiling, but from a source no one could identify. It illuminated the podium, and the figures standing there. There were 3 of them. No, 4, a 5th. It was hard to tell. At the center, standing directly behind the podium where All Might had been moments before, was a young man. He was tall and lean, clad in a coat as black as the void, with a high collar that framed a face of cold, regal indifference. His wild green hair was the only recognizable feature from the grainy photos of the UA traitor, but his eyes were all wrong. They glowed with a soft, predatory purple light that seemed to cut through the gloom. To his right stood the patchwork villain, Dabi, his hands shoved in his pockets, blue flames licking idly at the corners of his mouth. To his left, the schoolgirl-like figure of Himiko Toga bounced on the balls of her feet, a wide, ecstatic grin on her face. And flanking them all, towering like obsidian statues, were 2 more figures that defied comprehension. One was a hulking brute of a creature, its body a mass of scarred, regenerating muscle and exposed bone. Its presence a palpable miasma of unnatural vitality. The other was a knight, clad in shattered, dark metal armor, its empty helm radiating an aura of absolute loyalty and cold, hard death. For a moment, the hall was utterly silent. The shock was a physical force, pressing the air from 1,000 lungs. In the front row, All Might, in his skeletal form, stared, his jaw slack. The boy he had mentored, the boy he had broken, was here. But it wasn't him. The vessel was the same, but the spirit within was something alien, something ancient and terrible. Beside him, Nezu's fur bristled. His intelligent, beady eyes wide with something he hadn't felt in years, genuine surprise. He had run a million simulations. This outcome had not been one of them. Then, Izuku moved. He didn't step up to the microphone. He didn't need to. His shadow in the broadcast booth had already done its work. His voice, amplified by some unseen means, filled the hall and simultaneously burst from every television, every radio, every smartphone in Japan. It wasn't the voice of a nervous, stuttering boy. It was calm, measured, and as cold as a grave. "Good evening, Japan," Izuku began. "Some of you may remember my face. For those who don't, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name was Izuku Midoriya. In the UA dorms, Class 1A was gathered around the common room television, watching the press conference with a mixture of boredom and solemnity. When the screen went black and then returned with Izuku's face, a collective gasp sucked the air out of the room. Uraraka's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Iida shot to his feet, his posture rigid with disbelief. And in the back, Katsuki Bakugo's hands began to spark, his teeth grinding together with a sound like cracking stone. "Deku. That was fucking Deku. I was a student at UA High School," Izuku's voice continued, smooth and devoid of emotion. "I was also branded a traitor. I was accused of selling secrets to the League of Villains, of being responsible for the suffering of my classmates and the tarnishing of UA's good name." He paused, letting the statement hang in the air. His glowing eyes swept across the sea of stunned faces in the hall. He saw Endeavor, his face a mask of incandescent rage. He saw Mirko, crouched low, her powerful legs tensed to spring. He saw them all, the so-called pillars of their society. "Tonight, I am not here to ask for your forgiveness, nor to plead my innocence. I am here to tell you the truth. And the truth is this: I was innocent. The evidence against me, the security footage, the communications, all of it was fabricated by All for One." A simple, elegant frame-up. A murmur rippled through the press corps. Heroes began to stir, ready to dismiss it as a villain's lies. "But that is not the most important part of the story," Izuku said, raising his voice just enough to recapture their absolute attention. "The lie is not the interesting part. The interesting part is what your heroes did when presented with that lie. Did they investigate? Did they hold a trial? Did they give a terrified, quirkless boy the benefit of the doubt? No." His eyes locked onto All Might. Toshinori flinched as if he'd been physically struck. "The symbol of peace, All Might, personally visited me in my cell. He did not come to offer comfort or to seek the truth. He came to reclaim a borrowed power, tearing it from my body in an act of excruciating purification. He left me broken and truly quirkless. Then, Principal Nezu, the wisest mind in the country, informed me that a public trial would cause a panic. That UA's reputation was more important than my life. I was not a student to be protected, I was a liability to be managed." He took a step forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial, chilling tone that nonetheless carried to every corner of the room. "So, they made a deal. A quiet transaction, off the books. In exchange for a temporary cessation of hostilities. A guarantee of peace for their precious school festival, the leadership of UA High School and elements of the Hero Commission secretly, quietly, sold a 15-year-old Hild to the very man who framed him, All for One." The dam of disbelief broke. The room erupted. Reporters were shouting, cameras flashing. The heroes in the audience looked at each other, then at Nezu and All Might, whose faces had gone pale as death. They were looking for denial, for righteous anger. They found only grim, horrified silence. It was true. They told you they were symbols of peace. Izuku's voice cut through the din like a shard of ice. But they are just kings protecting their castle. And they will sacrifice anyone who threatens its walls. They didn't dispose of a traitor. They sold a scapegoat. I am not a villain of my own making. I am the villain they made. I am the price of your peace. I am the monster sleeping under the bed of hero society, and tonight, I've decided to come out and play. That was the final straw. Shut your filthy mouth, Endeavor roared, erupting in a supernova of flame. The press conference was over. The battle had begun. Endeavor's attack was not aimed at Izuku. It was a wide, sweeping blast of incandescent fury meant to incinerate the entire stage. It was a statement of power, an attempt to erase the inconvenient truth with overwhelming force. It never came close. With a lazy, almost bored gesture, Dabi stepped forward. A wall of brilliant, sapphire blue flame rose to meet the orange torrent, a clash of impossible temperatures that made the air scream. The two fires battled for a moment, a swirling vortex of apocalyptic heat that sent reporters and lesser heroes diving for cover. But Dabi's flames were hotter, more vicious. They consumed Endeavor's, pushing them back. Getting a little hot under the collar, old man. Dabi drawled, his voice laced with a familiar, hateful venom that only one person in the room could truly understand. He took another step, the blue fire coiling around him like a protective serpent. It's been a while, Dad. Endeavor froze for a fraction of a second, his fiery mask faltering. The public taunt, the impossible familiarity, it didn't compute. But there was no time to process it. The rabbit hero, Mirko, exploded into motion, a white and black blur of pure physical power. She bypassed the wall of flame, her trajectory a perfect arc aimed directly at Izuku's head. Luna fall, she bellowed, her leg descending like an axe. She was fast. In his old life, Izuku wouldn't have even seen her move. Now, in the Monarch's perception, she seemed to drift through the air. He didn't even flinch. Clang. The sound was like a cathedral bell being struck by a sledgehammer. Mirko's heel, a weapon capable of shattering solid concrete, had been stopped dead. The Shadow Knight, Iron, had moved from its static position to stand before Izuku in less than a heartbeat, its gauntlet raised to effortlessly block the blow. Mirko's eyes widened in shock as she was thrown back, landing nimbly on her feet. The knight hadn't even budged. Engage, Izuku ordered, his voice still unnervingly calm. It was the only command his army needed. From the deep, inky blackness of his own shadow, a legion erupted. Not just 2 generals, but dozens, then hundreds of soldiers poured forth. There ere the hulking forms of the Numu he had slain, the lithe, armored bodies of the Yakuza enforcers, the spectral shapes of rogue villains and corrupt heroes he had hunted in the intervening weeks. An army of the dead, silent and inexorable, flooded the stage and spilled into the aisles. The heroes, who had been surging forward, stopped dead in their tracks. They had prepared for a fight against a few villains. They were now facing an army. Izuku stood at the center of the storm, a conductor orchestrating a symphony of violence. He wasn't a participant, he was a general. His eyes glowed as he issued silent commands, directing his forces with a precision no human army could ever hope to match. Juggernaut, break their formation. Target the heavy hitters. His mental command went out. The regenerating brute roared, a soundless cry of agony and rage, and charged directly at the hero Fat Gum, its massive fists pulverizing the floor with every step. Iron, hold the line. Protect the stage, he commanded his loyal knight, who stood as an immovable bulwark, deflecting attacks from multiple heroes at once with its battered shield and sword. Shadows, he broadcast to the legion of infantry, subdue. Do not kill the press. The cameras keep rolling. Let the world watch. The chaos was absolute, but it was a controlled chaos. Dabi's blue flames partitioned the battlefield, joyfully locking Endeavor in a personal duel of hellfire, forcing the number 1 hero onto the back foot. The Shadow Army engaged the other pros. They didn't use flashy ultimate moves. They fought with a chilling, coordinated efficiency. They swarmed, flanked, and overwhelmed. A hero would unleash a powerful attack, only to be dragged down from behind by a dozen grasping shadow hands. They were an immortal, untiring tide of darkness. Amidst the pandemonium, Toga was having the time of her life. She danced through the combat, a giggling dervish of blades and manic glee. She wasn't targeting the powerhouses, She was a scalpel, deftly hamstringing support heroes, cutting communication lines, and sowing confusion. A hero known for his sonic attacks suddenly found his throat slashed, not fatally, but to silence him, by a laughing girl who was there one moment and gone the next. At one point, the pro-hero Yukio managed to transform into her massive dragon form, intending to clear the room with a single sweep of her tail. As she reared back, her eyes fell on Toga, an easy, vulnerable target. Toga just grinned, ready for the fun. But before the attack could launch, a dozen whip-like tendrils of pure shadow shot from Izuku's position, wrapping around Yukio's leg and snout, binding her with impossible strength. She thrashed, but the shadows held her fast. Izuku hadn't even looked in her direction. He had simply acted, an instinctual, protective gesture. He lowered his hand, the tendrils retracting. Toga glanced back at him, her manic grin softening into a look of fierce, possessive adoration. He hadn't just given her acceptance, he gave her a shield. Her king was watching over her. Her devotion, already absolute, solidified into something akin to worship. The pro-heroes were losing. They were some of the most powerful individuals on the planet, but they were individuals. They were fighting a single, unified mind controlling 100 bodies. They were being humiliated, dismantled, and outmaneuvered on a live international broadcast. The world was watching the invincible symbols of their society being made to look like clumsy, overwhelmed amateurs. The message was clear, more powerful than any words Izuku could have spoken: your protectors are obsolete. Just as the heroes began to truly falter, their lines breaking under the silent, relentless assault, Izuku raised a hand. Instantly, every shadow soldier froze in place. Juggernaut, its fist raised to crush a pinned hero, halted its blow an inch from his face. Iron, who had been systematically disarming a half-dozen heroes, lowered its blade. The entire, chaotic battlefield fell into a sudden, eerie silence, broken only by the crackle of Dabi's flames and the ragged, desperate panting of the heroes. Every head, every camera, turned back to Izuku. He stood untouched amidst the devastation, the picture of serene, absolute control. The demonstration was over. He allowed the silence to stretch, to let the image burn itself into the minds of everyone watching. The image of the heroes, beaten and kneeling. The image of his dark army, poised and obedient. The image of their new master. Kurogiri's purple mist began to swirl behind him. A shimmering gateway back to the shadows they called home. Dabi extinguished his flames and sauntered back to Izuku's side, a look of deep, cathartic satisfaction on his face. Toga skipped back, wiping a smear of blood from her cheek, her eyes sparkling. Izuku's gaze swept over the ruined hall one last time, past the terrified press, past the defeated heroes, until it landed again on the broken figure of Toshinori Yagi. All Might stared back, his blue eyes filled with a dawning, soul-crushing horror. He was finally seeing the full scope of his failure. He hadn't just lost a successor. He had created his opposite. He had birthed a king of darkness. Izuku's amplified voice returned for one final, unforgettable proclamation. My name is no longer Izuku Midoriya. That boy died in a cell. Sold for 30 pieces of silver and a quiet life. I have been reborn in the darkness you cast me into. I am the Monarch. He turned his back on the heroes, on his past, on everything that had once defined him. As he prepared to step into the warp gate, he delivered his closing statement, a promise and a threat that would echo across the globe. And for all the outcasts, all the forgotten, all the betrayed, for all those who have been chewed up and spit out by this world of false smiles and broken promises, your king has arrived. He, Dabi, and Toga stepped through the portal. His shadow generals and their legion dissolved back into his own shadow, vanishing as if they had never been there. The warp gate imploded, leaving behind nothing but a profound silence, a terrified public. A career-ending scandal, and a horrified All Might, left to stare at the empty stage and the ashes of the world he had built. The hero world had not just been challenged. It had been overthrown, and the ghost of U.A. now wore a crown. Chapter 5. A Kingdom of Shadows. The city was screaming. It wasn't a single, coherent sound, but a symphony of a million terrified voices. A cacophony that had become the new ambient noise of Japan. Izuku's broadcast had been a stone cast into the placid, murky waters of hero society, and the ripples were now tidal waves. Public trust, the very bedrock upon which the heroes had built their ivory towers, had not just cracked, it had been pulverized into dust. The video of Izuku's calm, chilling declaration, played on a loop by every news station and pirated across the web, was a virus that had infected the collective consciousness. The symbol of peace had sold a child. UA had sacrificed a student. The heroes were not paragons, they were politicians. And their approval ratings had just plummeted into oblivion. Nature, and the underworld, abhorred a vacuum. With the heroes scrambling to do damage control, their patrols hesitate. And their authority questioned at every turn, the villains had boiled up from the cracks in the pavement. Petty thugs who once feared the shadow of a sidekick now brazenly robbed convenience stores in broad daylight. Mid-tier villains, once content with their small-time rackets, saw an opportunity for expansion. It was a gold rush for the depraved, and the streets ran with the consequences. From the distorted lens of a hidden camera, All for One watched the chaos with the detached appreciation of a master artist observing his finished piece. The chaos was magnificent. It was precisely the sort of societal decay he had worked centuries to orchestrate. Yet, a sliver of disquiet pierced his satisfaction. The boy, Izuku Midoriya, had been the catalyst, but he was no longer a simple tool. The Monarch persona was a stroke of unforeseen, infuriating genius. It wasn't the wild, destructive brand of fear Shigaraki was meant to embody. It was something else entirely. It was regal, it was controlled, it was a declaration of sovereignty, not of anarchy. Izuku hadn't just exposed the heroes, he had presented himself as the alternative. A dangerous, magnetic alternative. The pawn was learning to play the game on its own. And All for One was no longer certain he controlled the board. This disquiet was nothing compared to the storm of incandescent rage brewing in the league's main bar. Tamura Shigaraki scratched at his neck, the frantic, digging motion of his fingers threatening to draw blood. His skin was raw, a physical manifestation of his flayed nerves. He stared at the television screen, where a panel of experts were dissecting Izuku's speech. They called him charismatic, terrifying, a new breed of villain. Every word of praise for the Monarch was a razor blade dragged across Shigaraki's ego. "Turn it off," he rasped, his voice dry and cracked. "Mr. Compress, ever the pragmatist," clicked the remote. The screen went black, but the image of Izuku's impassive face, owned by the eerie purple glow of his power, was burned into the back of Shigaraki's eyelids. He had been there, in the background, when the broadcast had happened. He'd watched as Izuku, Dabi, and Toga had warped back in. Flush with victory, Toga had been ecstatic, practically vibrating with manic energy, clinging to Izuku's arm. Dabi had a smirk on his face, that lazy, arrogant expression that Shigaraki hated. But it was tinged with something new, genuine respect. They had looked like a cohesive unit. A royal court, and Shigaraki had been left behind, the petulant prince locked in the tower. While the usurper won the hearts of the people, or in this case, the hearts of the damned. "He thinks he's in charge," Shigaraki hissed, his scratching becoming more furious. "He comes in here, a broken little hero toy, and Sensei gives him a new quirk. And now he thinks he can just take everything. He has proven remarkably effective," Mr. Compress noted, polishing a marble between his fingers. "One might even say his methods have achieved more in a single night than our efforts have in months." The words were meant to be objective, but to Shigaraki, they were a death sentence to his pride. He whirled around, his red eyes blazing. "Effective. He's a glitch, a stolen NPC who thinks he's the final boss. This is my story, my game. Sensei chose me." From the corner of the room, a lazy plume of smoke drifted upwards. "Maybe the old man's just hedging his bets," Dabi drawled, his voice a low rumble. He was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, the picture of casual insolence. "Oh, or maybe he just recognizes a winner when he sees one." That was it, the final straw. Shigaraki launched himself from his stool, his hand outstretched, 5 fingers ready to turn Dabi into a pile of dust. "You want to say that again?" Patchwork. Before his fingers could make contact, a wall of silent, imposing figures materialized between them. 3 shadow soldiers, identical in their featureless, humanoid forms, stood with an unnerving stillness. They hadn't been there a second ago. Izuku hadn't even given a command. They had simply appeared. A silent, protective reflex. The door to the back rooms opened. Izuku stepped out, Toga trailing him like, well, a shadow. He was no longer wearing the Monarch's coat, now dressed in simple black fatigues, but the aura of command clung to him like a shroud. His eyes, no longer glowing but still holding that unnerving purple depth, swept over the scene. They were calm. That was the worst part. Shigaraki was a bonfire of rage. Izuku was the cold, empty void of space. Is there a problem, Shigaraki? Izuku's voice was quiet, yet it cut through the tension in the room like a scalpel. Shigaraki slowly lowered his hand, his body trembling with suppressed fury. You're the problem. You walk around here like you own the place. You give orders. My people, he spat the word, glancing at Dabi and Toga, follow you like lost puppies. They follow strength, Izuku replied, his tone flat and factual. They follow a plan. You offer them neither. You offer them tantrums. The insult was so direct, so devoid of malice yet dripping with condescending truth, that it struck Shigaraki harder than any physical blow. He let out a choked, half-insane laugh. Strength. You think that little light show gave you strength? You're just a battery for Sensei's new toys. You're nothing without them. Then let's test that theory, Izuku said, taking a step forward. The air crackled. The shadow soldiers behind him dissolved back into the floor. A clear sign that he intended to face this alone. You think I'm a pretender. I think you're an unworthy heir. It seems we have an impasse. Shigaraki's lips twisted into a grotesque grin. This was what he wanted. A chance to prove it. To erase the glitch. You and me, right now. No army, no tricks. Let's see who's really the monarch, when my hand is on your face. Suddenly, the large monitor on the wall, the one all-for-one used to communicate, flickered to life. The familiar, disembodied audio waveform appeared. Tamura, the voice was calm, paternal, yet held an undercurrent of steel. Patience. No, Sensei, Shigaraki shrieked, whirling to face the screen. He's disrespecting me. He's disrespecting you. Let me handle this. Let me put him back in his cage. There was a long pause. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken meaning. Izuku stood perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the monitor. He knew this was the true test. This wasn't about Shigaraki. It was about All for One reasserting his control. Very well, the voice conceded, a hint of what might have been amusement in its synthesized tone. A dispute of leadership should be settled. A duel, then, to establish the hierarchy. But there will be rules. The fight ends when one submits or is incapacitated. No killing. Izuku is far too valuable an asset to be turned to dust over a squabble. The unspoken addendum hung in the air, and Tamura is too valuable a successor to be killed by his new toy. Shigaraki's grin was manic. You hear that, Monarch? You're an asset, a thing. I'm the successor. Izuku's expression didn't change. An asset that just accomplished more than the successor ever has. Let's begin. Kurogiri, who had been silently wiping down the bar, sighed, his misty form swirling. At a nod from the monitor, he spoke. The training ground below will suffice. He opened a swirling purple-black gate in the center of the room. The air in the subterranean training ground was stale and heavy with the smell of ozone and old destruction. It was a vast concrete cavern, scarred and pitted from countless previous training sessions. The walls were lined with reinforced steel, and the ceiling was high enough to accommodate gigantomachia. It was a place built for monsters to fight. Shigaraki practically bounded through the gate, already shedding his coat, his lanky frame coiled with a terrifying, predatory energy. He flexed his fingers, a dry, rasping sound echoing in the chamber. Izuku stepped through after him, followed by the others. Dabi, Toga, Mr. Compress, and Spinner arranged themselves on a raised observation platform. A silent audience for the trial by combat. You ready to have that smug look wiped off your face? Shigaraki taunted, crouching into a low stance. Izuku stood in the center of the arena. His posture relaxed. He didn't even seem to be preparing for a fight. He simply watched, his analytical gaze taking in every detail of Shigaraki's posture, the trembling of his fingers, The manic glint in his eyes. Observing target. Tamura Shigaraki, quirk, decay. Allows the user to disintegrate anything they touch with all 5 fingers. Threat level S. Extreme caution advised. Direct physical contact is fatal. The system alerts were redundant. Izuku knew the danger, but seeing it quantified only sharpened his focus. This wasn't a fight about power levels. The strength in the world was useless if Shigaraki's finger brushed his skin. This was a battle of speed, of distance, of ideology. Anarchy versus order. I am my own, Izuku stated, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. It wasn't a boast, it was a simple declaration of fact. And with that, the duel began. Shigaraki exploded forward. He was deceptively fast, his lanky limbs eating up the distance in a series of lurching, unpredictable sprints. He didn't run like a trained fighter. He moved like a glitching video game character, all sharp angles and terrifying speed. His right hand was outstretched. A grim reaper's scythe aimed at Izuku's chest. Izuku didn't retreat. He stood his ground until the last possible second, then sidestepped. It was a simple, economical movement, but it was executed with the system-enhanced preternatural timing. Shigaraki's hand swept past, inches from his shirt, and the air itself seemed to curdle where his fingers passed. Skill. Ruler's reach, active. Telekinetic control over your shadow soldiers is extended. Izuku didn't have his soldiers summoned, but the skill had a passive effect he had discovered, a subtle, almost imperceptible control over his own shadow. As Shigaraki lunged again, Izuku used it. He pushed a tendril of his own shadow on the floor forward, making it coalesce for a fraction of a second into a tiny, solid ramp. Shigaraki's leading foot caught on it. His lurching momentum betrayed. He stumbled, pitching forward. It was the opening Izuku needed. He didn't attack. He moved. Using skill. Sprint, he created a massive gap between them. Retreating to the far side of the arena, Shigaraki caught his balance, snarling in frustration. "You're just going to run, you coward." He slammed his hand on the floor. A wave of gray decay spread outwards in a circle, eating the concrete and turning it to dust. The effect stopped about 20 feet out, but it was a terrifying display of area denial. "This is a battle of ideology," Izuku called out, his voice calm and even. "Yours is destruction. You want to touch everything, to erase it. It's a child's tantrum given form. Arise." The command was a whisper, but it carried immense weight. From his shadow, 2 figures emerged. Not his generals, Iron or Juggernaut. These were smaller, faster shadows. The remnants of the agile villains he had hunted in the weeks prior. They were lithe, armed with shadow-forged daggers, and utterly silent. Shigaraki laughed. "You said no army, cheater. All for One's rule was no killing," Izuku corrected. "And these are not an army. They are an extension of my will. An extension of my quirk. Do you not use your hands?" He didn't wait for an answer. He sent the 2 shadow assassins forward. They moved with inhuman speed and grace, flanking Shigaraki from both sides. Shigaraki was forced to react, twisting and turning, his hands grabbing at empty air as the shadows weaved around him. They weren't trying to land a decisive blow. They were harassing him, forcing him to keep moving, to divide his attention. It was a classic tactic. Use pawns to distract the king. While Shigaraki was occupied, Izuku was analyzing. Shigaraki's movements were erratic but followed a pattern of rage. He favored his right hand. He overcommitted on his lunges. His area of effect decay had a limited range and seemed to take a moment to recharge. He was a one-trick pony, but that one trick was instant death. "Stop hiding behind your puppets," Shigaraki roared. He ignored one of the assassins, taking a calculated risk, and charged directly at Izuku again. The shadow assassin's dagger scraped his back, but it passed through him harmlessly, a reminder that they could not cause true physical damage without a solid form, which took more concentration. This time, Izuku met the charge. As Shigaraki's hand shot out, Izuku dropped low. Skill. Dagger Rush. Has been learned. System is adapting combat data from shadow soldiers. From his own inventory, a subspace pocket only he could access, he summoned a simple combat knife he'd acquired. It wasn't a shadow weapon, it was cold, hard steel. He didn't try to stab Shigaraki. He used the butt of the knife. slamming it hard into the wrist of Shigaraki's outstretched arm. There was a sickening crack. Shigaraki screamed, a sound of pure agony and shock, clutching his wrist. The bones weren't just broken. Izuku had targeted the nerve cluster with surgical precision. His right hand went limp, the 5 fingers now useless. You rely on one method of attack, Izuku said, retreating again. The knife vanishing back into his inventory. It makes you predictable. Up on the platform, Dabi let out a low whistle. Toga giggled, clapping her hands. Izu-kun is so smart. So cool. Spinner looked on, his reptilian eyes wide, clearly impressed by the tactical dismantling he was witnessing. Shigaraki was panting, his face pale with pain and fury. His right arm was useless. My left hand still works, he snarled. His eyes promising murder. He was learning. He stopped charging recklessly. He began to stalk Izuku, trying to corner him, using the decaying floor to limit his opponent's movement. This was the part of the fight Izuku had anticipated. The tactical phase. Shigaraki was a gamer at heart. He was adapting. Izuku responded in kind. Arise. This time, a larger figure emerged. It was Juggernaut, the shadow of the Yakuza boss with the regeneration quirk. The hulking brute lumbered forward, acting as a living shield. A bigger puppet won't save you, Shigaraki spat, and lunged at Juggernaut. His left hand slapped against the shadow's chest. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The shadow's torso dissolved into dust, a huge chunk of its form simply ceasing to exist. But Juggernaut was unique. Black, smoky tendrils immediately began to stitch the hole closed. The regeneration wasn't instantaneous, but it was fast. The shadow was damaged, its energy depleted. But it was still standing, still between Izuku and Shigaraki. It had bought him 2 seconds. Izuku used those 2 seconds to close the distance. While Shigaraki was focused on the regenerating brute, Izuku was upon him. He didn't use a weapon this time. He moved inside Shigaraki's guard, his movements fluid and precise. A sharp elbow to the solar plexus drove the air from Shigaraki's lungs. A sweeping kick took out his legs. Shigaraki fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Before he could even think to use his quirk, Izuku was on top of him. He didn't pin his arms. He didn't need to. He simply placed one knee firmly on Shigaraki's remaining good wrist, pinning it to the dusty concrete floor. His other hand rested lightly on Shigaraki's throat, not choking him, but a clear and present threat. The entire cavern was silent. Shigaraki lay on the ground, defeated. He was hyperventilating, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain, humiliation, and disbelief. He had lost. He hadn't just been overpowered. He had been outthought, outmaneuvered, and systematically dismantled. Izuku leaned in close, his voice a low, cold whisper that was only for Shigaraki. You want to destroy everything because you have nothing. You are empty. That's why you'll never win. I'm fighting to build something. My will has purpose. Yours is just noise. He stood up, looking down at the defeated air. Do you submit? Shigaraki just lay there, panting, his glare filled with a hatred so pure it was almost tangible. He didn't answer. He couldn't. The humiliation was too great. Izuku took that as a yes. He turned his back on him, the ultimate sign of disrespect, and looked up at the observation platform, then at the monitor where All for One was undoubtedly watching. The hierarchy has been established, Izuku announced, his voice ringing with quiet authority. The monitor flickered once, then went dark. The message was clear. All for One had seen enough. He had accepted the outcome. Izuku walked towards the portal, his expression unreadable. He had won, but he took no pleasure in it. This was a necessary political maneuver, a consolidation of power. He had proven his point. He was not a tool to be wielded by a petulant child. He was his own master. He spared a final glance at Shigaraki, who was being helped to his feet by a reluctant Spinner. Their rivalry was far from over. It had just been redefined. Shigaraki was no longer looking down on a stolen prize, he was now looking up at a rival king. Izuku stepped through the gate, back into the bar, and into the beginning of his new future. The victory solidified the fracture within the league. It was no longer a single entity, but 2 distinct factions orbiting 2 different suns. One was the chaotic, destructive core of Shigaraki and the members loyal to All for One's original vision. The other was the cold, calculating, and rapidly growing power base of the Monarch. The first to formally cross the line was Mr. Compress. He approached Izuku later that day, giving a theatrical bow. A masterful performance, Monarch. Truly, a perfect synthesis of strategy and power. Shigaraki offers only chaos. You, however, you offer a grand stage. I should very much like to be a part of your production. Spinner was next. He was more hesitant, scratching the back of his neck in a nervous gesture that ironically mirrored Shigaraki's. Look, I followed Stain because he had conviction. I thought Shigaraki did, too. But all he wants to do is break things. You talked about building something. A place for people like us. The outcasts. If that's true, then I'll follow you. With Toga and Dabi already firmly in his camp, Izuku's inner circle was formed. He now had a charismatic showman, a loyal soldier, a peerless assassin, and a master of arson. It was a court fit for a king. His next move was to claim a throne. Kurogiri, Izuku said, approaching the bartender. I require a location. Abandoned. Defensible. Large enough to house a small army and the beginnings of a nation. Kurogiri paused in his cleaning, the yellow slits of his eyes seeming to narrow. Shigaraki will not approve of you leaving. Shigaraki's approval is no longer a factor in my decision-making process, Izuku stated calmly. All for one sanctioned the duel to establish a hierarchy. I am now at the top of it. I am not leaving the league. I am establishing a new branch. My branch. I will still be available for missions that align with my interests, and your gates will be invaluable. Consider it a formal declaration of semi-autonomy. Kurogiri seemed to process this. He was loyal to All for One, but his programming was also logical. Izuku's faction was now a significant power. Alienating them was illogical. There. Is a district on the eastern seaboard of the city, he finally said. The old Camino Industrial Ward. It was abandoned decades ago after the primary manufacturing plants became automated and moved overseas. It is a ghost town of steel and concrete. It should suit your purposes. Excellent, Izuku said. Take us there. The warp gate opened not into a room, but into the open air of a desolate, rust-colored canyon of steel. The Camino Industrial Ward was a breathtaking monument to decay. Hulking, skeletal factories clawed at the gray sky, their windows like vacant eyes. Rusted catwalks and pipelines crisscrossed between buildings like metallic spiderwebs. The streets below were cracked, with weeds and hardy shrubs reclaiming the asphalt. The air tasted of rust, salt from the nearby ocean, and forgotten industry. It was a graveyard of ambition. It was perfect. This is it, Dabi said, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across his scarred face. He took a long drag from his cigarette, the ember glowing brightly in the gloom. A city of rejects. For rejects. Poetic. Toga spun in a circle, her arms outstretched. It's so big. We can paint it. With lots of red. Izuku walked to the edge of a crumbling rooftop, looking out over his new domain. From this vantage point, he could see the entire ward spread out before him, a labyrinth of potential. He felt a sense of belonging here, that he had never felt in the pristine halls of UA or the cramped, bloody confines of the League's bar. This was a blank canvas. New quest acquired. A kingdom of shadows. Objective. Establish a safe, operational territory for your forces and followers. Reward. New Monarch class skill. This will be our capital, Izuku declared, his voice not loud, but carrying across the rooftop to his followers. This is the foundation of the Dominion of Shadow. The first days were spent exploring and securing their new territory. Izuku's shadow soldiers were the perfect tools for the job. He sent them swarming through every building, every sewer tunnel, every rusted-out warehouse. They mapped the entire district, identifying structural weaknesses, potential strong points, and resource caches. They were tireless, silent, and utterly efficient. Within a week, Izuku had a more detailed map of the ward than any city planner had ever possessed. They chose the largest and most structurally sound building, a former power plant with a cavernous central turbine hall, as their fortress. Dabi used his flames to clear out debris and weld shut unnecessary entrances. Mr. Compress used his quirk to shrink large pieces of scrap metal, moving them into place to fortify walls before releasing them. Toga, in her own way, helped by scouting the perimeter with a gleeful, deadly enthusiasm. But Izuku's vision extended beyond a simple fortress. He was building a nation, and a nation needed people. It also needed order. As word of the hero's disgrace and the power vacuum spread, the ward began to attract a new kind of resident. They came in trickles at first. A family whose son had a villainous quirk that made them outcasts in their neighborhood. A former low-level villain, tired of running, who had heard rumors of a place where he wouldn't be hunted. A group of homeless teenagers who had been forgotten by the system. They came to the edge of the ward, drawn by whispers of a new power, a king who didn't judge. Izuku watched them from the shadows. He saw their fear, their desperation, and their flicker of hope. He knew he couldn't just rule through fear. He had to offer them something more. He had to offer them what he, Dabi, and Toga had all craved, a place to belong. This led to the creation of his most ambitious project, the Shadow Exchange. It started as an intelligence network. Izuku would leave a single, low-level shadow soldier, small enough to be mistaken for a trick of the light, in every major underworld hub in the city. They were his eyes and ears. He could listen to conversations, watch deals go down, and gather information in real time. He learned about hero patrol routes, rival villain gangs, and shipments of valuable goods. Knowledge was power, and Izuku was quickly becoming the most knowledgeable person in Japan. But he quickly realized its potential was far greater. He began to use his shadows as couriers. An informant in one part of the city needed to get a message to an ally in another, but didn't trust electronic communication that heroes could trace. For a price, a piece of valuable information, a promise of a future favor, one of Izuku's shadows would appear. Take a small data chip or a handwritten note, and melt back into the floor, only to reappear before the intended recipient moments later. It was the world's most secure and fastest delivery service. Then, he expanded it into a currency. He couldn't use yen. That was the currency of the society that had rejected them. His currency was based on utility and trust. He established a system of markers, small obsidian tokens created from solidified shadow material. They were impossible to counterfeit, as they would dissolve if taken more than a mile from the ward unless carried by someone Izuku had personally registered with his system. These markers could be earned by providing a service to the new community, scavenging for supplies, reinforcing defenses, providing valuable intel. They could then be exchanged for goods, food, medicine, weapons, that Izuku's network acquired. He was building a functioning society from the ground up, with himself at the absolute center of its economy and information flow. His shadows became the ward's silent guardians. They didn't patrol like heroes, looking for trouble. They simply existed, everywhere at once. A mugger cornering one of the new residents would suddenly find his own shadow elongating and wrapping around his ankles, tripping him. A dispute over rations would be mediated by a silent, featureless figure pointing to the established rules that Izuku had written. It was a bizarre, almost terrifyingly peaceful existence. In the heart of a decaying city, in a graveyard of industry, the outcasts had found the safest place in all of Japan. The bond between Izuku, Toga, and Dabi was no longer just an alliance of convenience. It was forged into something much deeper in the fires of their new purpose. They were the triumvirate of this new world, with Izuku as its undisputed center. Toga had found her paradise. Here, her nature was not a sickness to be cured, but a valuable asset. Her love for blood and combat was channeled. She became Izuku's chief of security, his personal assassin, the blade in the darkness that protected their kingdom. Her affection for him was a constant, physical presence. She would often just sit with him while he planned, her head resting on his shoulder, idly tracing the patterns on his fatigues with her finger. One evening, after a small skirmish with a rival gang testing their borders, she meticulously cleaned and stitched a shallow cut on his arm. Her touch was surprisingly gentle. "It's pretty, Izu-kun," she whispered, looking at the fresh stitches. "Your blood. It always looks so determined." Izuku looked at her, at the genuine adoration in her golden eyes. He no longer saw the mad girl the world had labeled her as. He saw loyalty. He saw someone who, like him, had been told she was wrong for simply being herself. He placed his hand over hers. "Thank you, Himiko." Her breath hitched at the use of her given name. It was a sign of intimacy he rarely offered, and to her, it was worth more than any treasure. Dabi's loyalty was a quieter, smokier affair. He was Izuku's general, his grand strategist for all things destructive. He saw the cold, hard logic in Izuku's plans and respected the mind that created them. He no longer saw Izuku as just a powerful tool, but as the architect of the future he had only ever dreamed of, a world where his father and the entire rotten system he represented would be brought to its knees. One night, the two of them stood on the highest point of the power plant, a rusted gantry that overlooked their entire, sprawling kingdom. The ward was dotted with lights now, campfires, battery-powered lamps, the eerie blue glow of Dabi's own flames that he used to light certain sections. Below, people were moving, talking, living, building. Dabi lit a cigarette, the flare of the match briefly illuminating the stark lines of his scarred face. "You've done it, kid," he said, his voice a low gravel. "You actually built a place for all the broken toys." He took a long drag, then blew a stream of smoke into the night air. He was silent for a long moment before he turned to face Izuku, his turquoise eyes searching. "I've gotta ask, though, what's the endgame? We build this place up, we get strong. Then what? Do we take over? Burn the rest of it down? What's the point of the crown if there's no kingdom to rule?" Izuku stared out at the distant, glittering lights of the hero-controlled city. It looked like a galaxy of stars from here, beautiful and remote. A world he could never return to. A world he no longer wanted. He thought of the cell, the chains, All Might's disappointed face, Shigaraki's cruel laughter. He thought of the system alert that had saved him, the power that now flowed through his veins like a second circulatory system. He thought of Toga's fierce, possessive loyalty. He thought of Dabi, the discarded son, who had found a new cause in the embers of his own hatred. "The point isn't to rule them," Izuku said, his voice quiet but absolute. He turned his gaze from the distant city to the fledgling nation at his feet. "It's to make them irrelevant. We'll build our world so strong, so self-sufficient, so much better for people like us, that their system will crumble under the weight of its own hypocrisy. We're not burning their castle down, Dabi." He finally looked at the scarred man beside him, his purple eyes seeming to absorb the darkness around them. "We're building a new one right next to it, and showing everyone how rotten the foundations of the old one really are." "The endgame," Izuku said, a flicker of something cold and powerful in his expression, "is to build a world where people like us don't have to be thrown away." Dabi stared at him. The usual cynicism in his eyes was gone. The lazy arrogance was absent. For the first time, he wasn't looking at Izuku with respect for his power, or admiration for his strategic mind. He was looking at a future he could actually believe in. A future he would kill for. A future he would burn the world for. A slow smile, genuine and utterly terrifying, spread across his stapled face. "Well then, Your Majesty," Dabi said, dropping his cigarette and crushing it under his boot. "You'd better start drawing up the blueprints." Chapter 6. Sins of the Father. The Dominion of Shadow was not a place of light. It was a kingdom carved from concrete and rust. A sprawling territory of abandoned factories and skeletal warehouses on the industrial outskirts of Musudafu. By day, a perpetual haze of smog and sea salt shrouded the district, diffusing the sunlight into a weak gray luminescence that never quite touched the ground. By night, it was absolute. The only light came from the hellish blue glow of Dabi's occasional patrols on the highest rooftops, or the eerie soft purple that emanated from the eyes of the thousands of shadow soldiers who stood sentinel on every corner, in every alley, their silent vigil more effective than any police force. For the broken, the rejected, and the disenfranchised, this gloom was a comfort. It was a shield from the judgmental glare of hero society. Here, under the silent watch of the Monarch's legion, one's past was irrelevant. A girl with a villainous quirk that caused flowers to wilt at her touch could tend to a small, resilient garden of mosses and fungi without fear. A man whose mutation made him resemble a bipedal rat could walk the streets without being spat on. They were all subjects of a new, strange order. They paid no taxes in currency, but in information, loyalty, and service. In return, they received protection and sustenance, distributed by silent, smoky figures who moved with unnerving efficiency. Izuku Midoriya, the Monarch, sat upon his throne of solidified shadow stuff. It was not opulent, but it was immense, a jagged monolith that seemed to drink the very light from the cavernous main chamber of their fortress, a repurposed power plant. The air was cool and tasted of ozone and old metal. Before him, the vast floor teemed with his legion. Thousands of them, from the hulking forms of slain villains to the smaller, more nimble shapes of beasts he had hunted, stood in perfect, unnerving stillness. His mana, a deep and seemingly bottomless well, hummed within him, a constant connection to every single one of his soldiers. He could feel what they felt, see what they saw. It was this network, this all-seeing web, that he called the Shadow Exchange. It was his greatest intelligence asset. A flicker of information, distant but clear, drew his attention. He closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the cold throne, and focused. The perspective shifted. He was no longer in his fortress but was looking through the eyes of one of his smallest, most discreet soldiers, a shadow serpent. No thicker than a man's thumb, coiled in the rafters of an underground fight club deep in the city's underbelly. The club was a pit of desperation. Two men with minor strength-enhancing quirks were beating each other bloody for the entertainment of a crowd of jeering low-level villains and information brokers. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, cheap liquor, and blood. But the serpent was not watching the fight. Its attention was fixed on a man in a corner booth, a known arms dealer named Kato, the Viper, Tanaka. He was a slippery target, one Izuku had marked for future recruitment. Suddenly, the noise of the crowd died. A strange hush fell over the room, so abrupt it was physically jarring. The two fighters in the pit paused, looking around in confusion. A light began to emanate from the center of the room. It was not warm or inviting, but a sterile, piercing white that seemed to bleach the color from everything it touched. It hummed, with a frequency that made the shadow serpent's non-existent teeth ache. Izuku felt a wave of pure, primal wrongness through the connection. His shadows were born of death and darkness. This light was their antithesis. From the heart of the light, a figure began to coalesce. It was humanoid but lacked any discernible features. It was a construct of pure, geometric brilliance, sharp angles and smooth, flowing curves woven together into something that defied mortal artistry. It had no face, yet Izuku felt an ancient, implacable gaze sweep across the room. The villains were frozen, a mixture of awe and terror on their faces. The construct raised an arm, its hand a blade of solidified luminescence. It pointed directly at Kato Tanaka. A voice echoed, not through the air, but directly inside the mind of every being present, including the distant Izuku. It was a sound like 1,000 crystal chimes ringing in perfect, devastating harmony. Designation: Kato Tanaka. Quirk: Venom Spit. Crimes: murder, arms trafficking, extortion. Verdict: imbalance. Sentence: purification. Kato screamed, a raw, animal sound of terror. He tried to scramble away, but the light held him fast. He fired a glob of his acidic venom, a substance that could melt steel. It sizzled into nothingness a foot away from the celestial being, neutralized by the sheer purity of its aura. The being's hand glowed brighter. A beam of white energy, no thicker than a needle, shot out and struck Kato in the chest. There was no explosion, no gore. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a spiderweb of brilliant white cracks spread across Kato's skin. He looked down at his hands as they began to flake away, not as ash, but as shimmering motes of light and fine, white granules. His scream was cut short as his entire body dissolved, collapsing into a silent, gleaming pile of what looked like pure, crystalline salt. Where he had stood, a vaguely man-shaped pillar of this salt was all that remained, faintly glowing with residual energy. The celestial being stood for a moment longer. Its featureless head turned, and for a terrifying second, Izuku felt its gaze lock directly onto his hidden shadow serpent in the rafters. The connection sizzled with pain, a searing agony that felt like his very soul was being burned. Abomination of the void, your stench lingers here. You are a corruption. You will be cleansed. The being raised its hand again, and Izuku acted on pure instinct. Return, he commanded, his voice a harsh whisper in the silence of his throne room. The link was severed just as a lance of pure light obliterated the rafters where the serpent had been. The feedback was still immense. Izuku gasped, a sharp pain lancing behind his eyes. He opened them to find Toga leaning over the arm of his throne. her golden eyes wide with concern. Dabi, who had been leaning against a nearby pillar, had straightened up, his turquoise eyes narrowed. What was that? Dabi's voice was a low rumble. You looked like you saw a ghost. Something worse, Izuku murmured, rubbing his temples. The phantom pain was already receding, but the memory of that soul-deep wrongness remained. He focused, pushing his consciousness back into the shadow exchange. The reports began to flood in. It wasn't just Kato Tanaka. Over the past 72 hours, there had been a dozen similar incidents across Japan. A corrupt hero commission official in Kyushu found turned to a pillar of salt in his office. A Yakuza sub-boss in Osaka, purged in the middle of a meeting. A human trafficker in Hokkaido. All of them, villains or heroes of questionable morality. All of them deemed an imbalance. All executed by a being of light. He brought up the system interface in his vision, his fingers drumming a slow, thoughtful rhythm on the arm of his throne. Alert! A powerful extra-dimensional energy signature has been detected. Analyzing energy profile. Analysis complete. Signature match found. Celestial Warden class entity. Designation: the Archon. Objective: purge cosmic imbalances and unnatural concentrations of necromantic energy. Primary target identified: Shadow Monarch player. Izuku's blood ran cold. This wasn't a hero. This wasn't a villain. This was something from outside the rules of their world. A cosmic cleaner, and he was the prime stain it was sent to remove. The message it had Evered through his serpent echoed in his mind. You are a corruption. You will be cleansed. We have a new player in the game, Izuku said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. One that doesn't care about our sides. It just wants to wipe the board clean. Toga pouted, sliding off the armrest to sit at his feet, resting her chin on his knee. Are they strong, Izu-kun? Can we fight them? I bet their blood tastes like sunshine. Or maybe lemons. They're strong, Izuku said, a grim finality in his tone. And fighting them might be the last thing we ever do. He looked at Dabi. This changes the timetable. Everything has to move faster. The arrival of a literal god-like entity had a clarifying effect. It rendered all other conflicts, all old grudges and lingering questions, both profoundly meaningless and urgently important. Before he faced a war with the heavens, Izuku needed to settle his accounts on Earth. There was one ghost he had allowed to haunt him for too long, a question mark that still hung over the ashes of his former life. Who was the real UA traitor? He had never pursued the truth with his full power. In the beginning, he was too weak, too consumed with survival. Later, it simply didn't matter. The result was the same regardless of the cause. He had been cast out. His betrayal was a fact, the identity of the instigator a mere footnote. But now, seeing the cold, impersonal judgment of the Archon, he felt a burning need to understand the very personal, very human betrayal that had set him on this path. It was a loose end, and the Monarch did not tolerate loose ends. I need to know, he said, more to himself than to his companions. Know what? Dabi asked, taking a drag from a cigarette he'd lit. Who lit the match? Izuku replied, his purple eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. Who really sold me to All for One? He would not go himself. His presence would be detected. But his legion was vast and subtle. He closed his eyes again, sinking into the collective consciousness of his army. He sifted through them, looking for the right tools. Not the hulking brutes like Juggernaut, but the spies. The whispers. He found them. A dozen shadow wisps, small, barely corporeal entities that could phase through solid matter, and a handful of shadow crawlers, insectoid spies capable of clinging to any surface and becoming nearly invisible. His command was simple, a silent broadcast across his entire network. Objective: UA, High School, infiltrate, observe, uncover all data pertaining to the designation, UA, traitor, and the transfer of subject, Izuku Midoriya. Avoid all contact, report all findings. The shadows detached from his legion and melted into the floor, speeding away through the umbral plane that only they could access, a shadow of the world that mirrored the real one. They would be at UA in minutes. While his spies were at work, the weight of the past pressed down on him. He remembered the looks on his classmates' faces. Bakugo's snarling rage, Ida's rigid disappointment, Uraraka's tear-filled, horrified disbelief. And All Might, the look of a father disowning a son. The physical agony of one for all being ripped fr. His soul was a phantom pain that echoed even now. For a long time, he had believed they were all fools, tricked by a master manipulator. But what if it was worse? The thought had festered in the back of his mind for months. What if they knew? What if they suspected and simply didn't care? The first reports began to filter back. The wisps bypassed UA's high-tech security with contemptuous ease, phasing through laser grids and pressure plates. They spread throughout the campus, silent observers in the teacher's lounge, the dorm common rooms, the principal's office. He saw through their eyes. He watched his former classmates, older now, more hardened. He saw Bakugo training with a ferocity that bordered on self-destruction, a constant, burning anger in his eyes that seemed directed inward. He saw Iida lecturing the younger students on regulations, his movements as stiff and uncompromising as ever. He saw Uraraka, no longer bubbly, but quiet and determined, a sadness lingering in her gaze that never quite went away. They spoke of him sometimes, in hushed, regretful tones. The Midoriya incident was a scar on their class, a cautionary tale. They believed the lie. They were fools, then. Not conspirators. That left the faculty. The crawlers had found their way into the school's central server room, a place protected by layers of digital and physical security that were, to them, irrelevant. They interfaced directly with the servers, not by hacking, but by allowing Izuku's will to flow through them, sifting through terabytes of data at the speed of thought. He found the doctored footage first. The files were masterfully altered, showing a figure with his build and hair leaving encrypted data chips at designated drop points. Then came the falsified communications mess. Ages supposedly between him and the League. It was all for one's handiwork, no doubt. Elegant. Devastating. But there was something else. A hidden partition on Principal Nezu's private server. It was protected by a quantum encryption algorithm that would have taken a supercomputer years to crack. Izuku didn't need to crack it. He simply had a wisp phase through the physical hard drive and read the raw data directly from the platters. He found a private log file. A voice log. Nezu's cheerful, sing-song voice filled his mind. Log entry 743. Subject: Midoriya, Izuku. The evidence presented by the commission is compelling, if perhaps a little too perfect. All for one has never been one for subtlety when bravado will do. The timing is also suspect, coming just as we began our internal deep cover investigation. It's highly probable the boy has been framed. Izuku's breath hitched. A cold, heavy stone settled in his gut. He knew. He suspected. The log continued. However, the situation presents a unique, if morally ambiguous, opportunity. All for one has offered a transaction. He wants the boy. He believes the vessel is empty, a perfect potential container for his will, or at the very least, raw material for a new breed of Numu. In exchange, he offers a 3-month cessation of major villain activities. A tactical pause. The commission is in favor. All Might, bless his sentimental heart, is opposed. But his influence is waning. From a purely strategic standpoint, the choice is clear. Sacrificing a single student, a student who is now quirkless and a perceived liability, to buy time, regroup our forces, and lull the enemy into a false sense of security is a logical, albeit distasteful, gamble. All for one believes he is acquiring a pawn. He does not know we will be piggybacking his own surveillance network to install a tracking program, using the boy himself as the delivery vector. A Trojan horse. The potential intelligence gain is immeasurable. The risk to the student is, of course, total. A calculated risk, an acceptable loss. The decision is made. I will authorize the transfer. May history absolve me, or at least, understand the logic of my position. The log ended. The connection to his spies shattered, not by an outside force, but by the sheer, concussive force of Izuku's own silent rage. He didn't scream. He didn't smash his throne. A far more terrifying stillness fell over him. The ambient purple glow of his eyes intensified, burning like twin supernovas in the dark. He wasn't betrayed by a single traitor. He was sacrificed by the entire system. It wasn't malice. It was worse. It was logic. He was a pawn on a chessboard, and Nezu, the Grand Master, had traded him for a better position. All his pain, his torture, his death and rebirth, it was all the result of a calculated risk. An Acceptable loss. A low, dangerous chuckle escaped his lips. It started soft, then grew louder, echoing in the cavernous hall. It was a sound utterly devoid of humor, a sound of profound, world-breaking irony. Toga and Dabi watched him, a rare look of uncertainty on their faces. Izuku, Toga whispered, her hand tightening on his knee. He finally stopped laughing, the sound cutting off abruptly. He looked down at her, and the cold fury in his eyes made even her, a girl who bathed in the blood of her enemies, flinch. They knew, he said, his voice a low, guttural whisper. They knew I was innocent, and they sold me anyway. I was just a piece in Nezu's game. Dabi's expression hardened, the turquoise of his eyes turning to chips of ice. The famil IAR disgust he held for the hero system was vindicated in the ugliest way possible. Of course, they did, he spat, the words curling with contempt. Heroes don't save people, they protect the status quo. You threatened it, so you had to go. Izuku stood up from his throne, the movement sudden and sharp. His shadow swelled behind him, a roiling tide of darkness that seemed to writhe with his anger. He now had the final piece of the puzzle. The truth about Yuga Aoyama, the real traitor, blackmailed by AFO to protect his parents, was also in the files. A sad, pathetic detail that barely read in the face of Nezu's grand betrayal. Aoyama was a symptom. Nezu was the disease. The cold rage in his veins crystallized into purpose. His past was now a closed book. All that was left was to write the final chapter for those who had authored his pain. But first, there was another story that demanded an ending. A story of a different father, a different sin. He turned his burning gaze to Dabi. Your father, Izuku said. The words sharp as obsidian. Endeavor. You wanted to expose him. To ruin him. Dabi gave a slow, dangerous nod. His own rage, a constant blue flame simmering beneath his skin, flared in response to Izuku's. I want to watch everything he built burn to the ground. I want to see the hope die in his eyes as the world sees him for the monster he is. Killing him is easy, Izuku said, his strategic mind already firing, channeling his fury into cold, precise planning. It's also unsatisfying. A quick death is a mercy. He deserves none. Ruin. Dabi, you said you wanted to ruin him. We will give him that. We will erase the hero. Endeavor, from the world so completely that only the monster, Enji Todoroki, remains. How? Dabi asked, his voice raw with decades of hate. We don't attack him. We attack his legacy, Izuku explained, pacing before his throne. We use my shadow exchange. Not to spread rumors, but to leak irrefutable proof. Medical records of your training. Police reports your mother filed that were buried by the commission. Your birth certificate. Your dental records. And finally, a live broadcast from you. Chuya Todoroki, returned from the grave to pass judgment. He stopped and looked at Dabi, his monarch's gaze unflinching. We won't just tell the world he's a monster. We will make him confess it, on live television, as his precious career turns to ash around him. We will destroy his name first. Then, and only then, you get to burn what's left. For the first time since they had met, Izuku saw something other than cynicism or rage in Dabi's eyes. It was a raw, burning gratitude, a look of vindication so intense it was painful to behold. When Dabi rasped, now, Izuku declared, the Archon is hunting. The heroes are distracted, looking for ghosts in the dark. Their system is brittle. It's time to shatter it. The plan was set in motion with terrifying speed. Izuku's shadow network, designed for espionage and control, became a weapon of mass information warfare. The carefully curated files, proof of Endeavor's monstrous abuse, the existence and suppression of Chuya Todoroki, were injected into every dark corner of the internet. They spread through the shadow exchange to the underworld first, a wildfire of whispers that quickly became a roar. Then, it began to leak to the mainstream. An independent news blogger got the first anonymous tip. Then a foreign press agency. The Hero Public Safety Commission moved to suppress it, but it was like trying to dam a tsunami with a picket fence. For every story they killed, 3 more sprang up. The final phase was planned for that night. Dabi would broadcast his message from a rooftop overlooking Endeavor's own agency, a symbolic middle finger to the man who had created and destroyed him. Izuku and Toga would accompany him, not just as backup, but as family. This was Dobby's moment, but it was their war. They stood on the designated rooftop as dusk settled over the city, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple that were painfully beautiful. The air was cool, carrying the distant sounds of city traffic. Below them, the Endeavor Agency building stood like a monument to a lie, its flame-shaped logo glowing defiantly against the twilight. Dobby was a silhouette of tense energy. He had removed the staples from his jaw, allowing the torn flesh to hang loosely, creating a grotesque, permanent snarl that more closely resembled the face he'd had as a child. It was his final act of rebellion, showing the world the seams of his father's creation. "He's in there," Dobby said, his voice a low growl. "The commission called an emergency meeting. They're trying to figure out how to spin this." He laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "There's no spinning your dead son coming back to call you a murderer." Toga was uncharacteristically quiet, sharpening a knife on the edge of the rooftop, her eyes fixed on Izuku. She could feel the cold fire radiating from him. The aftermath of the Nezu revelation. It was a beautiful, terrifying thing. "Are you ready?" Izuku asked Dobby. Dobby nodded, his gaze locked on the agency. "I've been ready for 10 years. Zhu." As he was about to set up the broadcast equipment, the atmosphere changed. It was the same shift Izuku had felt through his serpent, but 1,000 times more potent. The distant hum of the city vanished, replaced by a profound, unnatural silence. The air grew still and heavy, charged with a strange, sterile energy. The scent of ozone and something ancient, like dust from a long-dead star, filled their lungs. Izuku's shadows, the ones clinging to the corners of the rooftop, began to hiss and recoil, pulling back towards him as if in pain. "What is this?" Toga whispered, getting to her feet, her knife held ready. A point of light appeared in the sky above them. It expanded rapidly, not with a burst, but with a smooth, silent unfolding of impossible geometry. It was the color of a star's heart, a white so pure and intense it hurt to look at. From the center of this burgeoning star, a figure descended. The Archon. It was more majestic and more terrifying in person. A 7-foot-tall, being of woven light and crystalline geometry, its angelic form radiating an aura of absolute order and power. It landed on the rooftop without a sound, its presence so overwhelming that it seemed to bend the space around it. The very air grew cold, and the concrete beneath their feet felt brittle. Its voice bloomed in their minds, a symphony of judgment. The Monarch, the Pyre, the Blood Drinker, a trinity of aberrations. Dobby instinctively blasted a torrent of blue flame at the creature. The fire, hot enough to melt skyscrapers, roared across the rooftop. It slammed into the Archon and simply vanished. It didn't deflect or absorb the flames, it unmade them, annihilating the heat and energy with its immaculate aura. The Archon's featureless face turned towards Dobby. Designation: Chuya Todoroki, Dobby. A soul scorched by hatred. A life defined by imbalance. You are a wound upon the world. It then turned to Toga, who was trembling, not with fear, but with a strange, predatory excitement. Designation: Himiko Toga. A vessel of obsession. A thirst for life that perverts its very essence. You are a chaotic variable. Finally, its full attention, a weight like a collapsing star, fell upon Izuku. Designation: Izuku Midoriya, the Monarch. The abomination of the void. You have broken the most sacred law. You steal souls from the cycle of death and rebirth. You are a cancer upon reality itself. Your very existence is a cosmic error. The Archon's judgment was not one of morality. It did not speak of good or evil. It spoke as a celestial custodian, identifying flaws in the brick of existence that needed to be erased. "So you're the one," Izuku said, his voice steady despite the crushing pressure of the Archon's presence. His own shadows boiled around his feet, a sea of darkness pushing back against the encroaching light. "The cosmic janitor. Your flippancy is a symptom of your corruption," the Archon resonated. "The verdict has been rendered. The sentence is purification." It raised its hand. The world bleached into overexposure. Izuku felt a danger so profound that his every instinct screamed, "Move." He shoved Toga and Dobby aside as a beam of pure white light lanced down, striking the spot where they had stood. There was no explosion. The reinforced concrete simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly circular, cauterized hole that went straight through the roof. The Archon attacked. It wasn't a fight, it was an execution. Its movements were not physical, but shifts in reality. It was everywhere at once. Light coalesced into razor-sharp blades that sliced through the air, forcing them to scatter. Dabi unleashed another, larger wave of fire, but the Archon merely held up a hand and the flames were snuffed out like a candle. "It's light," Izuku grunted, dodging a spear of energy that vaporized a water tower on an adjacent building. "It negates quirks. It negates energy. Then let's try something physical." Toga shrieked, her excitement final. Lee tipping over into a manic battle frenzy. She darted forward, a blur of motion, her knife aimed at a seam in the Archon's luminous form. She was impossibly fast, but the Archon didn't even seem to move. A wall of hard light materialized in front of her, and she slammed into it with a sickening crack. She was thrown back, gasping, a dark bruise already forming on her side. Izuku knew they couldn't win this way. "Arise," he commanded, his voice ringing with power. The rooftop was plunged into darkness as his shadow erupted from him. Not a dozen, not 100, but thousands of soldiers poured out, a tidal wave of spectral knights, monstrous beasts, and fallen villains. His generals, Iron and Juggernaut, materialized at his side, their shadowy forms radiating a cold, deadly power. The sheer density of necromantic energy made the Archon's light flicker for the barest of moments. An army of stolen souls, it chimed, a hint of something akin to distaste in its tone. A legion of desecration. The army charged. The sound was a cacophony of spectral roars and clashing ethereal armor. They swarmed the Archon, a tide of black against a single point of white. And they were annihilated. The Archon became a sun. A wave of holy light radiated outwards, and the front lines of Izuku's army dissolved into black smoke and screaming motes of dust. The connection to each dying soldier was a needle of pure agony in Izuku's mind. He felt thousands of them being extinguished in a single second. Iron, his first human soldier, raised his massive shield and charged, weathering the light for a precious few seconds. He brought his shadow axe down, a blow that could shatter tanks. The Archon caught the axe in its palm, and the weapon of solidified darkness disintegrated. The Archon's hand then touched Iron's chest. The loyal knight looked down as cracks of brilliant white spread across his form. He turned his helmeted head to Izuku, a silent farewell, before crumbling into nothing. Juggernaut roared, its regenerating body constantly being unmade and remade as it charged through the holy fire. It managed to land a single, titanic blow, its fist striking the Archon's chest. For the first time, the celestial being was moved, sliding back a single foot. "Resistance is illogical," the Archon stated. It placed its palm on Juggernaut's head. The regenerating shadow's healing ability sput, teared and died as the divine energy overrode its very nature. With a final, silent scream, the mighty general dissolved. The loss of his two strongest generals staggered Izuku. He had lost more than half his army in less than 30 seconds. The psychic feedback was immense, a migraine that threatened to split his skull. Dabi and Toga were struggling, their attacks utterly useless against a bind that could simply will them out of existence. This wasn't a fight. This was a purge. "Kurogiri," Izuku yelled, the command sent through a small shadow he had linked to the bartender. Now, a pour. Tall of swirling purple mist ripped open behind them. "Go," Izuku ordered Dabi and Toga. "That's an order." Dabi hesitated, his pride warring with the obvious futility of the fight. Toga was already dragging him back, her face pale with a fear she rarely showed. The Archon turned its attention to the escaping trio. Fleeing from cosmic judgment is an act of futility. It raised both hands. The light it began to gather was terrifying. A miniature sun forming between its palms. Izuku knew that whatever it was about to unleash, the portal wouldn't save them. They wouldn't even make it. He had to buy them a second. He poured every ounce of his remaining mana into the remnants of his army. "Hold the line," he roared, the command of a desperate king. The last 1,000 of his soldiers, his most loyal and powerful shades, threw themselves in front of him, creating a wall of shadow, flesh, and bone. They didn't even try to attack. They just stood, a final, defiant act of loyalty to their monarch. The Archon unleashed its attack. It wasn't a beam, but a wave. A wave of pure, absolute purification. The world went white. Izuku felt the last of his soldiers die. He felt their connection sever. 1,000 silent screams echoing in the void of his mind. The sacrifice bought him the fraction of a second he needed. He threw himself backward, tumbling through Kurogiri's portal just as the wave of divine energy washed over the rooftop. He felt a searing, unimaginable pain across his back as the edge of the attack grazed him, a pain that didn't just burn his skin but felt like it was trying to erase his soul. He landed hard on the cold concrete floor of his throne room, the portal snapping shut behind him. The vast chamber, once filled with his silent legion, was now hauntingly empty. Only a few dozen of his weakest shadows, the ones who had been on patrol far away, remained, trembling in the corners. His army was gone. His generals were dust. Dabi was on his hands and knees, panting, his body shaking with adrenaline and shock. Toga was clinging to Izuku's arm, her knuckles white. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the searing agony in his back. He looked around the empty hall. The silence a deafening roar. He had built a kingdom, commanded an immortal army. He had faced down heroes, villains, and all for one himself. He had believed he was becoming a god. And in 5 minutes, a true celestial power had stripped him of nearly everything, had treated his entire legion like insects to be swatted. He walked to the center of the room, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The system interface was flashing with crimson warnings. Alert! 98% of Shadow Legion has been destroyed. General Iron has been permanently erased. General Juggernaut has been permanently erased. Warning. User has sustained soul damage. Temporal debuff to all stats applied. He was no longer just fighting for a kingdom of outcasts. He was fighting for his very right to exist against a force that considered him a mistake. The scale of the game had changed so fundamentally that everything that had come before, All Might, All for One, Shigaraki, seemed like a petty squabble in a sandbox. An angel had descended from heaven to declare him a sin. And Izuku Midoriya, the monarch of shadows, looked out into his empty kingdom and decided, with a cold, terrifying certainty, that he would teach this angel how to fall. Chapter 7. War of the Three Suns. The air in the Dominion of Shadow was thick with the ozone tang of impending violence. It was a static charge that settled on the skin, raising the hairs on the back of the neck, a physical manifestation of the dread that had gripped the underworld since the Archon's first appearance. The purges were clean, absolute, and terrifyingly indiscriminate. Villains who had ruled their territories for decades were found as statues of crystallized light, their terrified expressions immortalized. Corrupt heroes, once thought untouchable, were reduced to pillars of salt in their own lavish homes. This new player on the board observed no rules, respected no boundaries. It was a force of nature, a holy plague, and its gaze was slowly but surely turning towards them. In his throne room, a cavernous chamber within the heart of a repurposed steel mill, Izuku sat upon his monolith of solidified shadow. The system interface hovered in his peripheral vision, a constant stream of reports from his shadow scouts across the city. Each report was a new nail in the coffin of the old world. Celestial energy signature detected in Shibuya. Target neutralized. Hero patrol decimated by unknown assailant in Minato. Energy signature consistent with Celestial Warden. He was tracking the movements of a god, and the map it was. Drawing was a tightening noose around Tokyo. Dabi stood near a massive, grime-streaked window, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The blue flame at its tip was the only vibrant color in the gloom, casting flickering demonic shadows across his scarred features. He wasn't looking at the city, but at the reflection of the room in the glass, his expression a mask of cynical appraisal. Toga was where she always was, perched on the arm of Izuku's throne like a loyal gargoyle, idly tracing the edge of a combat knife along the reinforced leather of her boot. Her usual manic energy was coiled tight, a compressed spring of anticipation. The silence between them was not one of comfort, but of shared tension, the quiet of predators who know a greater hunter has entered their territory. "It's cleansing the board," Dabi said, his voice a low rasp that cut through the silence. He took a long drag from his cigarette, the ember flaring brightly. "Doesn't care if you're a hero or a villain, a king or a pawn. It just sees a mess. And it's sweeping the pieces away. It's not fair," Toga chirped, though her voice lacked its usual glee. She looked at Izuku, her golden eyes wide and serious. It's killing all the fun people. How are we supposed to build a new world if some big shiny jerk keeps breaking all our new toys? Before Izuku could respond, the space in the center of the room shimmered and tore open. A swirling vortex of inky blackness materialized, Kurogiri's warp gate. It was an intrusion, unannounced and unwelcome. Izuku's hand didn't move, but behind him, the shadows in the corners of the room deepened. And the spectral forms of Iron and Juggernaut began to rise from the floor, their ethereal eyes glowing with cold purple light. Dabi's hand ignited with a lazy blue flame, and Toga was on her feet in an instant. Her knife held in a reverse grip, a feral grin finally breaking through her tense facade. Kurogiri stepped through, his form composed and unruffled as ever. He gave a slight bow. "Monarch," he greeted, his voice a smooth, baritone hum. "My master, all for one, requests an audience. He believes your interests and his have found a point of dire intersection." Izuku's expression remained impassive, his glowing eyes fixed on the misty bartender. "Your master has had a century to learn manners. He should know that kings are visited, not summoned." "A fair point," a new voice echoed. Not from Kurogiri, but from a dozen different points in the room at once. It was smooth, cultured, and dripping with an ancient, terrifying amusement. A series of monitors that lined the far wall, previously dark, flickered to life. They all displayed the same image. A life support system of Baroque complexity, and at its center, the scarred, sightless face of All for One. "But desperate times, as they say. I trust you have been monitoring the progress of our new, luminous guest." On one of the screens, the feed changed to show a live broadcast from a news helicopter. It depicted a city block that had been turned into a crater of gleaming, crystalline structures. In the center stood the Archon, a figure of blinding white light and impossible angles, its form almost painful to behold even through the low-resolution camera feed. It raised a hand, and a squad of heroes, led by the rabbit hero, Mirko, was engulfed in a wave of pure energy and simply ceased to be. "I am," Izuku said, his voice flat. "Then you know it is a threat of a different caliber," All for One continued, his tone shifting from amused to clinical. "It cannot be fought. It cannot be reasoned with. Its quirk, if such a rudimentary term even applies, is anathema to our very existence. It operates on a conceptual level, erasing what it deems unnatural. That, my dear monarch, includes you, me, and every soul in this city with a quirk that deviates too far from its divine mean." From another monitor, a different figure appeared, seated sullenly in a darkened room. Tamura Shigaraki. His face was a thundercloud of resentment, his scratching finger betraying his agitation. "We don't need him, sensei," he snarled. "I can decay him. I can turn him and his entire world to dust. Can you, Tamura?" All for One's voice was gentle, but the rebuke was sharp. "Can you touch a being made of light? Can you decay the very concept of order? No, your power is magnificent, but it is a hammer. And this requires a scalpel. Or perhaps, a shield and a spear." The master villain's sightless gaze seemed to fix on Izuku through the screens. The Archon is methodical. It is eliminating outliers, consolidating the chaos before it strikes at the heart of the anomaly. And the greatest anomaly, the most profound violation of its natural order, is you, Izuku Midoriya. The boy who died and became a king of the dead. You are its ultimate target. Dabi scoffed, smoke curling from his nostrils. "Get to the point, you old relic. What do you want?" "An alliance," All for One stated simply. "A temporary cessation of our rivalries. The Archon sees us all as a singular plague upon this world. I propose we act as one. My forces, what remains of the League, my army of high-end Nomu, will be the vanguard. A tide of flesh and bone to blunt the Archon's assault. They are disposable. They will buy us time. They will be the shield." His voice lowered, becoming almost conspiratorial. "And you, monarch, with your disciplined legion and your brilliant strategic mind, you will be the spear. You will find the weakness in this god, and you will strike. Together, we can survive this. Apart, we will be purified, one by one." The room was silent save for the hum of the monitors. It was a devil's bargain, an alliance born of mutual annihilation. Izuku knew, with absolute certainty, that the moment the Archon was dealt with, All for One's knife would be at his back. Shigaraki's seething hatred was a palpable thing, even through a screen. But the logic was undeniable. His own shadow exchange network had shown him the sheer, overwhelming power of the Archon. His forces, while powerful, were finite. He could not fight a celestial being, the combined might of Japan's remaining heroes, and all for one simultaneously. The enemy of his enemy was, for this single, desperate moment, his unwilling ally. "Your terms?" Izuku asked, his voice cutting through the tension. A slow, terrible smile spread across All for One's face. "Simple. We fight as a unified force against the Archon and the heroes who will inevitably get in our way. And for the duration of this battle, you will have supreme operational command." Shigaraki shot to his feet, his chair clattering to the floor. "What, sensei? No, I am your successor. I lead, and you will, Tamura," All for One soothed, his voice never losing its calm. "But this is not a battle for destruction. This is a battle of tactics. The Monarch has proven his acumen in that arena. He will conduct this symphony of violence. We will provide the instruments." It was a masterful move. All for One placated Izuku, gave him the authority he would have demanded anyway, and simultaneously stoked Shigaraki's inferiority complex to a fever pitch. He was already planning for the fallout. For the moment his rabid dog would be ready to be unleashed once more. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He looked from the screen showing All for One to the one showing a petulant Shigaraki. He then looked at Dabi, who gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Then to Toga, who was watching him with absolute trust. They were his family, his to protect. The cost of that protection was irrelevant. "I accept," Izuku declared, his voice resonating with quiet power. "All forces, yours and mine, will mobilize at dawn. We will meet this god on our terms, in the heart of Tokyo. Send me all your data on the heroes' positions and the Archon's projected path. Shigaraki will report to my command structure and follow my orders without question." He paused, letting his final command hang in the air. A direct challenge to the man-child on the screen. Or he will be deemed part of the acceptable losses. Shigaraki's furious scream was cut off as All for One terminated the feed. Kurogiri bowed once more. "Your orders will be relayed, Monarch. I shall coordinate the deployment of our assets." With that, the warp gate swirled and vanished, leaving the throne room once again in silence. "Well," Dabi drawled, crushing his cigarette butt under his heel. "This should be fun. Teaming up with the man who ruined my life and his crusty little successor to go fight God. Never saw that one coming. We'll win, right, Izu-kun?" Toga asked, her confidence restored now that a plan was in motion. "We'll kill the shiny man, and then we can go back to killing everyone else." Izuku stood up from his throne, the shadows swirling around his feet. He walked towards the window, standing beside Dabi and looking out over their dark kingdom. The first light of a sickly, gray dawn was beginning to break. "We won't win," Izuku said, his voice a low, cold whisper that carried the weight of grim certainty. "We'll survive, and tomorrow, the survivors will inherit the world." The world held its breath. In the fractured chambers of the Hero Public Safety Commission, panic was a palpable entity. A state of national, then global, emergency had been declared. The alliance between the League of Villains and the self-proclaimed Monarch was an existential threat, the single greatest consolidation of villainous power in history. But even that paled in comparison to the entity they called the Archon. Endeavor, his face a grim mask of exhaustion and disgrace, stood before a tactical map of Tokyo. The revelations of his past, broadcast to the world by his own son and the Shadow King, had shattered his reputation. He was no longer the symbol of flame. He was a pariah, a monster kept on a leash only because the world needed his fire. Every hero in the room, from the stoic Hawks to the exhausted Edgeshot, looked at him with a mixture of contempt and desperation. They hated him, but they needed his power. "Our satellites confirm a massive convergence," a tactical officer reported, her voice strained. "Two distinct villain factions are moving towards Shinjuku. Their numbers are staggering. And the celestial entity, the Archon, appears to be moving to intercept them. All three forces are on a collision course. Our orders." Endeavor's voice was a low growl. The commission president, a stern woman with ice in her veins, appeared on the main screen. "Your objective is threefold. 1. Contain the villain conflict. Prevent civilian casualties at all costs. 2. Engage and subdue the leadership of both factions, Monarch, Shigaraki, Dabi. 3. Do not engage the Archon unless absolutely necessary. We don't know what it is or what it's capable of. It may be our enemy, or it may be a force that will inadvertently help us. We cannot risk a two-front war. Hawks let out a cynical, humorless laugh. With all due respect, Madam President, we're already in a three-front war. We're just the side with the fewest soldiers and the worst reputation. The words hung in the air, a truth no one could deny. They were caught between a devil's alliance and a divine executioner. Miles away, in a quiet, heavily guarded apartment, Toshinori Yagi watched the same news reports on a small television. His withered form was hunched, his hands clasped so tightly his knuckles were white. He saw the face of the boy he had failed, Izuku Midoriya, now a cold, commanding king leading an army of monsters. He saw the raw, destructive power of Shigaraki, the legacy of his master's greatest failure. And he saw the Archon, a power so immense it reminded him of the overwhelming majesty of One for All in its prime. Twisted into a horrifying, cleansing light, he was a spectator to the apocalypse he had helped create. His guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He had taken everything from that boy, his dream, his power, his very identity, and cast him into the darkness. And the boy had not just survived the dark. He had conquered it. He had become its king. Now, that king was marching to war, and All Might, the former symbol of peace, could do nothing but watch. Tokyo screamed. The battle began not with a bang, but with a terrifying, unnatural silence as the three armies took their positions. The sky itself seemed sick, a bruised purple-gray canvas that absorbed the light. Shinjuku had become a ghost town, its towering skyscrapers the tombstones of a dead metropolis. From the east came the heroes, a thin, defiant line of color and hope against the encroaching gray. They established a defensive perimeter, their quirks ready, their faces grim with the knowledge of what they were facing. From the north came All for One's legion, a grotesque flood of chaos. High-end Nomu, their exposed brains pulsing, lumbered through the streets. Their mindless roars echoing off the glass and steel. They were flanked by a motley crew of villains, the desperate and the damned who had thrown their lot in with Shigaraki's promise of destruction. From the west, emerging from the shadows of alleyways, from the gaping maws of subway tunnels, came the Monarch's army. They moved in perfect, chilling silence. Thousands of shadow soldiers, from lowly infantry to hulking elite knights, marched in disciplined phalanxes. Their purple eyes were cold pinpricks of light in the gloom, a silent, unified force loyal to a single will. Then, the god arrived. The sky didn't just open, it tore. A rip in the fabric of reality appeared above the city, a gateway to a realm of pure, blinding white. There was no sound, only an oppressive, psychic pressure that made minds reel and noses bleed. From this tear descended the Archon. It was a being of 7 wings of pure light, its body a shifting kaleidoscope of geometric shapes that defied Euclidean logic. It had no face, no voice, yet its judgment was felt by every soul below. Around it, the very air solidified into light, forming legions of angelic constructs. They were beautiful and terrifying. Humanoid figures clad in pearlescent armor, wielding swords that shone with the light of a captive star. The Archon's declaration was not heard but felt, a thought implanted directly into every mind in a 10-mile radius. The purification of this imbalanced world begins. All corruption shall be unmade. The battle began. The angelic constructs descended like falling stars, their movements silent and graceful. They met the charging tide of Nomu head-on. There was no strategy in the initial clash, only a collision of absolute chaos and absolute order. A high-end Nomu with a dozen arms tore into an angel, its claws scraping against armor of light. The angel responded by thrusting its sword through the Nomu's chest, not just piercing it, but dissolving it from the inside out with holy energy. The street became a meat grinder, a canvas for a surrealist painter depicting a war between heaven and hell. High above, in a shattered penthouse office atop the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building, Izuku watched the maelstrom unfold. He was not on the front lines. He was the conductor of this orchestra of death. A massive, 3-dimensional map of the city, woven from his own shadow mana, hovered in the air before him. It showed the real-time positions of every one of his soldiers, every major enemy combatant he could track. Toga and Dabi stood by his side, his left and right hands, his most trusted commanders. This was exactly what he had planned. All for One's forces were the anvil, a disposable, chaotic mass to absorb the Archon's initial, overwhelming assault. They would die in droves. And he felt nothing for their loss. They were merely a tool. His mind was a whirlwind of calculations, his connection to his army a symphony of shared senses. He saw through 1,000 pairs of eyes at once, processing information faster than any supercomputer. Iron, Juggernaut, his voice was calm, cutting through the distant roar of battle. The two massive shadow generals, standing sentinel behind him, bowed their heads in unison. Take the 1st and 2nd battalions. You will not engage the Archon's main force. Swing south. The heroes are attempting to establish a secondary line at the park. Break them. Quote. The spectral knights nodded and melted into the floor, their forms appearing moments later on the shadow map, moving with terrifying speed towards their target. Dabi. Izuku turned to the scarred man. Shinjuku Gyoen National Garden. The heroes are using it as a staging ground. The Archon's forces are avoiding it. Seems they have an aversion to concentrated life. Burn it. Create a firebreak that stretches from Yotsuya to Sendagaya. I want a wall of inescapable blue flame. Deny them that entire quadrant. Dabi's lips curled into a wide, malicious grin. With pleasure, Your Majesty. He strode to the shattered remains of the balcony, his black coat billowing around him. He took a deep breath, and with a roar that was pure, cathartic rage, he unleashed his quirk. A torrent of azure fire, wider and more intense than anything he had ever summoned before, erupted from his body. It was not a stream, but a tidal wave of incineration that washed over the park below. The clash of blue flame against the ambient white light of the Archon was a visual spectacle of warring energies, a battle of cosmic forces played out on the canvas of a burning city. Toga, Izuku said, his voice softer. The heroes have elite underground units trying to flank us through the subway system. Edgeshot, Kamui Woods. They think we're focused on the sky. Take your blood coven. Hunt them in the dark. Sow chaos. Isolate, injure, terrify. Do not engage in prolonged fights. Be a ghost, a rumor. Make them afraid of the shadows. Toga's eyes lit up with a predatory, ecstatic glow. Yes, Izu-kun. We'll play. We'll make them bleed so pretty for you. She giggled, a sound that was equal parts girlish delight and chilling madness, before she and a dozen of the most agile humanoid shadows melted into the darkness. Izuku's strategy was unfolding perfectly. He was using AFO's army as a blunt instrument, Dabi as area denial, Toga as a scalpel, and his own main forces as a hammer. He was fighting a war on 3 fronts and micromanaging every single one. The heroes were being systematically dismantled, unable to cope with the sheer scale and coordination of his assault. The Archon's forces were being bogged down, their divine power wasted on destroying endless waves of regenerating Nomu. But the Archon was not a mere general. It was a god, and it was beginning to adapt. The celestial being, which had remained stationary high above the battle, finally moved. It glided through the air, its movements unnervingly smooth, its presence warping reality around it. It seemed to ignore the chaotic battle raging below, its focus pinpointed with divine accuracy. It had identified the command structure. Its first target was Dabi. The Archon descended towards the wall of blue flame, unbothered by the impossible heat. It raised a single, slender arm, and a beam of pure, concentrated white light shot forth. Dabi, sensing the immense danger, twisted and met the beam with the most powerful blast he could muster. For a moment, the two energies held each other in a screaming, violent equilibrium. But Dabi's power was finite, born of flesh and rage. The Archon's was conceptual. The white light overwhelmed the blue, slamming into Dabi and throwing him back into the smoldering remains of a building. He was alive, but his body was smoking, his breathing ragged. One of the queens had been taken off the board. The Archon then turned its attention, its form appearing instantly miles away, in the dark, claustrophobic tunnels of the subway. It had located Toga. Her blood coven had been brutally effective, turning the tunnels into a labyrinth of fear for the heroes. Edgeshot was wounded, Kamui Woods ensnared by shadow traps. Toga, high on the thrill of the hunt and the scent of blood, was laughing as she danced around a hero's attack. Then the world went white. The Archon stood before her, its light so pure it bleached all color from the tunnel. Its psychic voice was not a judgment, but a simple statement of fact. A nexus of chaotic bloodlust. A festering wound upon the life stream. Be unmade. Toga's laughter died in her throat. For the first time since her awakening, she felt true, absolute terror. This was not a hero she could cut, not a villain she could outsmart. This was an ending, an abyss. Her hand trembled, her knife feeling as useless as a child's toy. The Archon raised its hand, a miniature sun, dense and inescapable, forming in its palm. From his penthouse command post, Izuku saw it all through the eyes of a shadow clinging to Toga's uniform. He saw her face, the sudden, stark terror that replaced her manic glee. He saw the divine light coalescing, an attack designed not just to kill, but to erase. In that frozen moment, there was no calculation, no strategy. There was only a single, primal, overriding command that screamed through every fiber of his being: protect her. His system, his very soul, responded. Skill. Shadow exchange activated. He had placed a sliver of his shadow on her person hours ago, a tiny, undetectable tracking bug and escape route. Now, he used it. The world dissolved into a non-space of screaming purple energy. In the fraction of a second it took for the Archon to unleash its attack, Izuku swapped places with that shadow. He materialized in the subway tunnel, the scent of ozone and Toga's fear filling his senses. He didn't have time to see her face, only to feel the full, unrestrained force of a god's wrath slam into him. It was not pain. Pain was a concept too small, too primitive. It was deconstruction. The Archon's attack was a wave of pure conceptual energy designed to override existence. His body, his very soul, was being torn apart. White light filled his vision, and sound like the universe cracking in half filled his ears. His system interface went haywire, a frantic waterfall of red alerts screaming across his consciousness. Warning. Sovereign's domain is being overridden by a divine concept. HP plummeting. Mana core fracturing. Spiritual integrity at 12%. 7%. 3%. Fatal system error imminent. From Toga's perspective, it was an impossible, heart-stopping moment. One instant, she was facing her own annihilation. The next, Izuku was there, standing before her, his back to her. He didn't even have time to turn around before he was engulfed in the white sun. She saw his monarch's coat, woven from shadows, disintegrate first. Then his body began to dissolve, breaking apart into motes of purple and black energy that were instantly vaporized by the holy light. Her scream was a raw, ragged sound of pure agony, a sound that was swallowed by the roar of divine power. The boy who had given her a home, a purpose, a family, the only person who had ever looked at her and not seen a monster, was being erased from existence before her very eyes. Izuku was adrift in a sea of white nothingness. His consciousness was a flickering candle in a hurricane, seconds from being extinguished. The Archon's power was absolute, a universal constant that stated he should not exist. His nature as the Shadow Monarch was a cosmic paradox, and this was the universe correcting its error. He was dying. He was being unmade. But even as his being dissolved, one thing remained. A singular, burning point of defiance. It wasn't the will to live for himself. That boy had died long ago in a prison cell. It was the will to protect them. He felt their connections to him, the metaphysical tethers that bound his subjects to their king. He felt the silent, unwavering loyalty of iron. He felt the burning, vengeful fire of Dabi, a loyalty forged in shared trauma and a hatred for the world that had made them. And he felt Toga. Her love wasn't pure or gentle, it was a possessive, chaotic, all-consuming thing, as sharp and dangerous as her knives. But it was real. It was unconditional. They were his family, his generals, his kingdom. And a king protects his own. He would not be erased. He would not let them be taken. In the heart of the void, facing his own oblivion, Izuku Midoriya made a choice. He pushed back. He gathered the fading embers of his consciousness and roared a silent, defiant scream against the crushing weight of divinity. He would not yield. This was his world now. His family. The system, the cosmic engine that had granted him his power, responded to that ultimate act of will. The screaming red alerts vanished, overridden by a single, glorious notification that burned in gold across the white void. Conditions met. Why? Our unwavering will to protect your own domain, even at the cost of your own existence, has resonated with the abyss. The true nature of a monarch is not to rule, but to shelter. Unique skill. Monarch's heart has been unlocked. The description flooded his mind, a torrent of new, unbelievable information. Monarch's heart active passive skill. As the king, your heart beats for your kingdom. You are the nexus of your domain. You may now share your sovereignty, temporarily imbuing chosen, willing subjects with a portion of your shadow power. Your strength becomes their strength. Your will becomes their shield. The divine energy that was unmaking him was suddenly halted. It was no longer destroying him. Instead, his fracturing mana core, empowered by this new skill, began to absorb it. It was like pouring water into a black hole. The holy light was drawn in, corrupted, and converted into pure, undiluted shadow mana. The pain vanished, replaced by a surge of cold, exhilarating power unlike anything he had ever felt. He was not just healing, he was evolving. Back in the physical world, the blinding light in the subway tunnel receded. Where Izuku had been disintegrating, there now stood a pillar of pure, churning darkness. It pulsed with a deep, rhythmic beat, like a monstrous heart. Toga stared, her tear-streaked face a mixture of horror and awe. The pillar of shadow shattered outwards, and Izuku stood in its epicenter, reborn. He looked different. His body was whole, but thin cracks of glowing purple energy, like veins of captured lightning, spider-webbed across his skin. His eyes were no longer just glowing orbs, they were miniature galaxies of violet power. His monarch's coat had reformed, no longer just a dark fabric but something woven from tangible, living shadow. Its edges trailing off into wisps of smoke. The Archon, hovering at the end of the tunnel, registered an electronic, psychic flicker of what could only be surprise. Impossible. The corruption consumes the sacred. The anomaly evolves. Izuku ignored it. His gaze fell upon Toga, her face pale with shock, her body trembling. Then, through his shared senses, he saw Dabi, struggling to his feet hundreds of meters away. His body racked with pain. He saw his army faltering, the divine constructs beginning to push them back. He raised his hands, his voice no longer just audible but resonant. Ting in the very souls of his chosen family. Take my power, he commanded. Show this god what the betrayed can do. Two thick tendrils of living shadow erupted from his back. One shot through the ceiling of the subway, traversing the distance to Dabi in an instant. The other shot towards Toga, who didn't flinch, but watched its approach with wide, worshipful eyes. Dabi cried out as the shadow slammed into him, not as an attack, but as an infusion. He felt a bone-deep cold spread through his body, merging with the fire in his veins. He looked at his hands, and the blue flames that erupted from them were different. They were now shot through with crackling black lightning, darker, more solid. They burned with a heat that felt not just physical, but spiritual. It was an unholy fire, a flame that fed on light itself. Toga gasped as the other tendril enveloped her. It didn't hurt. It felt like being wrapped in Izuku's presence, a cold, protective embrace. She felt her muscles surge with new strength, her speed amplifying to impossible levels. The shadows clung to her, forming a second skin. She could feel the darkness beckoning, offering her the ability to melt into it, to become one with it. The trio was now connected. A trinity of shadow, fire, and blood, all linked to the monarch's heart. Now, Izuku's voice echoed in their minds. Let's go hunting. The tide of the battle turned in a single, violent instant. Dabi, cackling with delirious power, unleashed a new prominence burn. A tidal wave of blue and black flame tore through the city, and when it struck the angelic constructs, they didn't just shatter. They corroded, their holy light consumed and extinguished by the unholy fire. He aimed a concentrated blast at the Archon itself. For the first time, the Celesti Al being was forced to erect a defensive barrier as the flames sizzled against its divine shield. It had been harmed. Toga became a blur, a phantom of vengeance. She moved through the battlefield like a whisper, her knives now coated in a sheath of solid shadow. She didn't just cut the angelic constructs, she unraveled them, their light-based forms coming apart at the seams wherever her dark blades struck. She was no longer just an assassin, she was a Valkyrie of the night. Izuku himself led the final charge. Arise, he commanded, his voice booming over the battlefield, and from the corpses. Of the thousands of dead Nomu and the few fallen heroes, new shadows clawed their way into existence, bolstering his army tenfold. He strode towards the Archon, his shadow generals at his side, his legion a unified, unstoppable wave of darkness. The heroes, watching from their shattered defensive lines, could only stare in horror and disbelief. They were witnessing the villains, their villains, pushing back a god. Endeavor watched as his son wielded a terrifying new power, a flame that seemed to mock the very concept of light. All Might, watching on a cracked monitor in his safe house, saw Izuku not as a boy, but as a force of nature, a king leading his demonic host against an angelic one. The world of good versus evil had just become obsolete. The Archon, facing this new, empowered, and synergistic threat, seemed to realize it had made a tactical error. It had underestimated the resilience of this world's corruption, its ability to not just resist, but to adapt and evolve by consuming the very power meant to destroy it. It could escalate, unleash its true, world-breaking power, but the cost to the planet would be catastrophic. The purification would be meaningless if the subject was destroyed in the process. With a final, concussive blast of white light that forced the empowered trio and their army back, the Archon delivered one last psychic message, tinged with a new, cold curiosity. The anomaly is potent. A new calculus is required for your unmaking. It ascended, its form dissolving as it retreated back through the tear in reality. The gateway to the celestial realm sealed itself, and the sky began to return to its normal, dreary gray. The remaining angelic constructs, their power source gone, shattered into a rain of harmless, glittering light. An eerie silence fell over the ruins of Shinjuku. The fighting was over. The heroes were scattered, their forces decimated. All for One's army of Nomu was all but annihilated, a loss he had anticipated and accepted. But Izuku's forces, though battered and reduced, were still standing. He stood in the epicenter of a massive crater, the empowering shadows receding from his allies. Dabi collapsed to one knee, panting, the unholy fire extinguishing. Toga appeared at Izuku's side, her enhanced speed gone, leaving her breathless but vibrating with a feral energy. They were exhausted, drained, but they were alive. They looked out over the smoking, shattered heart of Tokyo. They had not won a final victory. They had survived a purge. They had faced a god, stared into the abyss of their own annihilation, and D not only forced it to retreat but had grown stronger from the ordeal. The world had just been shown a new power hierarchy. At its apex was not heroes, not villains, not even the mysterious master manipulator all for one. At the very top stood the boy who was sold for peace, the boy who died in despair. The boy who was now the Shadow Monarch. The war for the planet was far from over, but the nature of the battle had changed forever. Izuku was no longer just a king of outcasts, he was a player on a cosmic stage. And he was ready for his next act. Chapter 8. The Monarch's Decree. The silence that fell upon Tokyo was not one of peace. It was the profound, hollow quiet of a tomb, the sound of a city holding its breath after the gods had finished their war. Smoke, thick and acrid, coiled funeral shrouds around the skeletal remains of skyscrapers that clawed at a sky bruised purple and orange by Dabi's lingering unholy fire. The ground was a jagged mosaic of shattered asphalt, molten steel, and glassy craters where the Archon's light had scoured the very earth. The War of Three Suns had ended not with a victor, but with a survivor, and the scale of the devastation was a testament to the forces that had been unleashed. In the heart of this ruin, Izuku Midoriya stood. The sleek, dark monarch's coat he wore was torn and singed at the edges, but he himself was in pillar of stillness amidst the chaos. His reserves of mana were perilously low, a mere fraction of their peak, the system interface in his vision flickering with low power warnings. His body ached with a depth of exhaustion that felt bone deep. A phantom agony where the Archon's divine energy had nearly unmade him. Yet, he stood tall. His eyes, glowing with that familiar, unnerving purple light, swept over the panorama of destruction. He felt no triumph, no remorse. He felt only the cold, hard certainty of a foundation being laid. This rubble was the soil from which his kingdom would grow. A few feet away, Dabi leaned against the twisted husk of a bus, his breathing ragged. The shadow energy Izuku had imbued him with had receded, leaving his own blue flames to lick lazily at his fingertips. His coat was gone, burned away in the inferno of his final stand, revealing the patchwork of scarred flesh and surgical staples beneath. He looked less like a man and more like a vengeful spirit who had dragged H.L. to the surface and was now surveying his work. He met Izuku's gaze and gave a slow, tired nod. It was a gesture that spoke volumes, of respect, of shared survival, of a promise fulfilled. Toga appeared at Izuku's side, materializing from the shadows with a fluid grace that was now second nature to her. She was covered in grime and blood, some of it her own, most of it not, but her golden eyes were bright, incandescent with a manic, possessive adoration. She didn't speak, merely pressing herself against his arm, her head resting on his shoulder. Her presence was a grounding weight, a reminder of the first and most fundamental reason he had endured the divine onslaught, to protect his own. He had nearly failed. The memory of the Archon's light converging on her was a shard of ice in his gut. The system alert Monarch's heart had not been a reward, it had been a desperate, instinctual evolution born from the terror of losing her. His shadow army, what remained of it, stood in silent ranks behind him. Their numbers were drastically reduced. Thousands had been turned to dust by the Archon's holy attacks, their connection to him severed in blinding flashes of light. But the ones who remained were the strongest, the most resilient. Iron, his knightly general, had a new, deep fissure running through his shadowy armor. Juggernaut, the regenerating Yakuza boss, was still knitting himself back together. Dark energy pulsing around him like a frantic heartbeat. They had faced a god and survived. They were stronger for it. The city was not entirely dead. In the distance, the wail of sirens began to cut through the silence, feeble and hesitant. The heroes were regrouping, or what was left of them. Izuku extended his senses, his connection to the ambient shadows of the city feeding him whispers of information. He could feel the pockets of panicked activity, the makeshift triage centers where the broken bodies of Japan's finest were being laid out in rows. He felt the crushing despair of Endeavor, who had failed to stop Dabi, failed to stop the Archon, and was now nothing more than a disgraced husk in a burning suit. He felt the profound, soul-shattering grief of All Might, a powerless observer to the end of the world he had sworn to protect. And he felt the villains. All for One's forces were shattered, decimated by the two-front war they had been unprepared for. Shigaraki was somewhere deep underground, likely raging in impotent fury, his grand plan of destruction hijacked and rendered obsolete. All for One himself was silent, his vast network of quirks no match. For a being that operated on a cosmic scale, the old order had been burned away. The board was clear. What now, King? Dabi's voice was a gravelly rasp, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. Izuku's gaze drifted toward the distant, jagged silhouette of what was once UA High School. There are debts to be settled, he said, his voice quiet but carrying an absolute finality. And then, a new world to announce. He was not interested in revenge, not anymore. Revenge was a petty emotion, the fuel of the powerless. He was the most powerful being on the planet. What he sought now was closure. A final, definitive severing of the past. He needed to raise the foundations of the old world before he could build his own. He reached out with his power, not to create a soldier, but to gather the shadows themselves. A vast quantity of mana, nearly all of his remaining reserves, flowed from him. The shadows on the ruined streets stirred, flowing like ink towards a central point in the sky above the broken academy. They coalesced, thickened, and rose. The surviving heroes and civilians who had begun to crawl from the wreckage stopped and stared, their faces pale with a new kind of terror. A figure began to take shape in the sky, a colossus woven from pure darkness. It was a perfect, gargantuan replica of Izuku himself, clad in his monarch's coat. It was hundreds of meters tall, a being of live-ing night that blotted out the bruised sky, its glowing purple eyes looking down upon the ruins of the school with an expression of cold, impassive judgment. Within the battered walls of UA's emergency bunker, the remaining staff and a handful of students watched on a flickering monitor. Nezu sat before the console, his fur matted with dust, his usual calculating gleam replaced by a deep, weary dread. He saw the shadow tighten and knew what was coming. This was not an attack. It was a sermon. The shadow's mouth opened, and a voice echoed across the city, carried by the wind and amplified by a power that defied physics. It was Izuku's voice, calm and clear, yet imbued with the weight of 1,000 graves. People of Japan, you look upon the ruins of UA High School, the cradle of your heroes, the symbol of your safety. The voice began, a resonant bass that vibrated in the chests of all who heard it. You were told it was a fortress of justice. You were lied to. On the ground, Cat Suki Bakugo stumbled out of a collapsed building, his arm in a crude sling, his face a mask of dried blood and disbelief. He looked up at the colossal effigy of the boy he once called Deku and felt a coldness that had nothing to do with his injuries. They told you of a traitor in these walls, the monarch's voice continued, a villain in the making who threatened everything you hold dear. That traitor was a boy named Izuku Midoriya. They were right about one thing. He was a threat, not because he was a villain, but because their perfect system had no place for him. The shadow Izuku raised a hand, and new images formed in the air beside it, projected in shimmering dark energy for all to see. It was security footage, crisp and clear. The footage of Izuku being framed. But this time, it kept playing, showing the digital artifacts, the subtle manipulations. It showed the true source of the data leak. A terrified Yuga Aoyama, meeting with agents of All for One, his face a mess of tears. The traitor was not a monster. The voice declared, devoid of pity. He was a child, blackmailed and broken, another victim of the villain you empowered with your fear. He was a flaw in their system. And what does this system do with its flaws? It eliminates them. Another projection appeared. It was a classified recording from Nezu's office. The principal's voice, cold and logical, echoed out. We cannot risk a panic. The boy's guilt is irrelevant next to the stability of hero society. Aoyama is a loose end we can deal with later. Midoriya, however, he is a liability that can be turned into an asset. His disposal will buy us time and provide a unique opportunity to track All for One. A collective gasp went through the crowd of survivors. In the bunker, the few remaining teachers turned to look at Nezu. Their faces a mixture of horror and betrayal. The principal did not flinch, but his whiskers drooped, his small frame seeming to shrink under the weight of his own exposed calculus. Bakugo fell to his knees. The truth hit him with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't just that they were wrong. It was that the adults, the heroes, the system itself had actively, knowingly sacrificed Deku. All Might had taken his quirk, the teachers had condemned him, and they had sold him for a strategic advantage. His own rage, his own accusations, had just been the useful theatrics for their cold-blooded transaction. I was the price of your peace, the monarch's voice boomed, the sound now tinged with a chilling irony. A quirkless, inconvenient boy, sold to the devil to keep your castle walls secure. This is the truth of your hero society. It is not a shield for the innocent. It is a machine that consumes its own children to maintain its image. It is a lie, and today, that lie is over. The shadow tightened and the projections dissolved, fading back into the ambient gloom, leaving a silence more profound than before. The truth, laid bare for the entire world, hung in the air like radioactive fallout. It was an unforgivable sin, an indictment that shattered the very concept of heroism beyond repair. For Izuku, it was the final period on the last page of a book he had now burned. He had not done it for them, for their understanding or their forgiveness. He had done it for himself, to publicly state the foundational truth of his new existence: their world was unworthy. He turned away from the sight of the ruined school, his duty there complete. Dabi and Toga fell into step beside him. There was one last ghost to face. The beach was unrecognizable, once a stretch of coastline painstakingly cleared by the hands of a boy and his idol. It was now a graveyard of metal and concrete. Chunks of destroyed buildings and warped vehicles were strewn across the sand, half submerged in the placid, oil-slicked water. The setting sun bled across the horizon, casting long, mournful shadows. This was where it had all begun. Where a scrawny, quirkless boy had been told he could be a hero. It was fitting that it would end here, too. Toshinori Yagi was already there, waiting. He stood in his withered form, the sea breeze rustling his oversized, tattered suit. He looked impossibly small and frail against the backdrop of oceanic immensity and urban destruction. When he saw Izuku approach, flanked by two of the nation's most wanted villains, he didn't flinch. There was no fight left in him, only a vast, cavernous emptiness. The embers of One for All were long gone, and in their place was only regret. Izuku halted a dozen feet from him. Dabi and Toga stopped further back, giving them space. They were his guards, his confidants, but this was a conversation only he could have. Young Midoriya, Toshinori began, his voice hoarse, broken. He trailed off, the words catching in his throat. What could he possibly say? I'm sorry. The words were a pathetic insult to the horrors the boy in front of him had endured. That boy is dead, Izuku stated, his voice flat, devoid of the anger or pain that Toshinori had expected. It was worse. It was indifferent. You're speaking to his ghost. I saw the broadcast, Toshinori whispered, his eyes fixed on the sand. I saw what we did. I was so blinded by the symbol, by the fear of losing everything, I let it happen. I took back the quirk. I signed your death warrant. There is no excuse, no penance that could ever atone for it. He finally looked up, and his sunken eyes met Izuku's glowing purple gaze. He was searching for a flicker of the boy he knew, the bright-eyed fan who had followed him with such earnest devotion. He found nothing. He was looking at a king, ancient and cold, wearing a familiar face like a mask. You're looking for atonement. Izuku's lips twisted in a humorless smile. There is none. You don't get to be forgiven. You just have to live with it. You have to wake up every morning in the world you helped break and know that you were the one who pushed the first stone. He took a step closer. His presence commanding, oppressive. You once asked me what kind of hero I wanted to be. One who saves everyone with a smile. It was a child's dream, and you sold that child to monsters. But you did teach me one important lesson on this very beach. Toshinori flinched, bracing himself for the verbal blow he so richly deserved. You taught me that the world isn't fair, Izuku continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. You taught me that power is the only thing that matters. That without it, you are nothing. A pebble to be kicked aside. An asset to be liquidated. You were trying to build a hero. All might. You just didn't realize what you were truly forging. He stood directly before his former mentor now. The boy who once barely came up to the man's chest now looked down on the shrunken form of Toshinori Yagi. You tried to give me a chance to be a hero, Izuku said, the finality in his tone like a coffin nail being hammered home. You were right. I wasn't meant to be one of yours. He paused, letting the weight of the moment settle. I was meant to be a king. With that, he turned his back on the broken man. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could feel the last vestiges of All Might's spirit crumbling into dust. The symbol of peace was now just a man, left alone on a ruined beach with nothing but his sins and the memory of the boy he had failed. As Izuku walked away, Toga slipped her hand into his, her touch a small point of warmth in the cold. Dabi fell in on his other side, a silent, smoldering sentinel. The past was now a corpse. It was time to address the future. The broadcast began without warning. At precisely 9 p.m. Japan Standard Time, every screen on the planet flickered and changed. In Times Square, the vibrant advertisements were replaced by a single, stark image. In a family's living room in London, the evening news was cut short. On the mobile phone of a soldier in a desert outpost, a video feed was interrupted. On the command screens of the White House Situation Room, every monitor displayed the same thing. It was Izuku. He was not standing in ruins, nor was he a shadowy colossus in the sky. He was seated, seen from the waist up, in a setting that was dark and indistinct, focusing all attention on him. His expression was calm, his posture relaxed but regal. The monarch's coat was pristine, his face clean. He looked directly into the camera, and it felt as though he was looking into the eyes of every single person watching. Behind him, two figures stood in the shadows, barely visible but their presence palpable. The fiery silhouette of Dabi and the gleeful, dangerous glint of Toga's eyes. Good evening, he began, his voice perfectly modulated, calm and reasonable. It was the disarming tone of a statesman, not a conqueror. And it was utterly terrifying. To those who do not know me, my name is Monarch. To those who do, you know that the world as you knew it ended today. He let that sink in for a moment. In emergency bunkers and government offices across the globe, leaders and analysts watched, transfixed with horror and fascination. For generations, your world has operated on a simple, comforting lie. The dichotomy of heroes and villains. The heroes were your protectors, your government-sanctioned gods, who kept the chaos at bay. The villains were the agents of that chaos. The monsters that justified the existence of your gods. It was a simple story, easy to understand. It was also a cage. He leaned forward slightly, his purple eyes seeming to glow with greater intensity. This system was designed not to protect you, but to control you. It created a permanent state of conflict, a cycle of violence that kept you afraid, dependent, and obedient. It manufactured its own monsters and then sold you the saviors. It discarded anyone who didn't fit into their neat little boxes. The quirkless, the villainous, the different, they were ground up in the gears of the machine. Dismissed as collateral damage in the name of peace. Images began to flash on the screen beside his head. Not of violence, but of neglect and despair. A crying, quirkless child being bullied in a schoolyard. A young mutant-type person being denied housing. A teenage Himiko Toga, cornered by police, her face a mask of confused terror. A young Tuya Todoroki, covered in burns, weeping in a lonely training room. Today, that machine is broken, Izuku stated, the images fading. The war you witnessed was not merely a battle between factions. It was the death of an age. The so-called heroes of this nation are decimated. Their lies have been exposed. Their symbol is a broken old man on a forgotten shore. The traditional villains, led by the boogeyman All for One, have been shattered. Their ambitions of senseless destruction rendered moot. And the celestial power that sought to purify you all has been repelled. A power vacuum has been created. Your governments, your army, they are powerless against threats of this magnitude. They can offer you no safety. They can only offer you the old, broken lies. You are afraid. You are rudderless. You are looking for an answer. He paused, letting the global audience hang on his every word. This was the turning point. The declaration, I am that answer. As of this moment, I am declaring the formation of a new sovereign nation. Its territory will encompass this city and the surrounding lands, and it will be known as the Dominion of Shadow. The age of heroes and villains is over. The age of the monarch has begun. His gaze hardened. This is not a democracy. There will be no votes, no debates, no hollow promises from politicians. There will be only my rule. And under my rule, there will be order. There will be safety. There will be purpose. My decree is this. To the outcasts, the rejected, the forgotten, and the betrayed of this world, your king has arrived. My dominion is your sanctuary. Whether you are quirkless or your quirk is deemed monstrous, whether you have been labeled a villain for simply refusing to conform, you will have a place here. You will be judged not by the standards of a broken society, but by your loyalty to the new world we are building. To the existing world powers, I offer this one and only warning. Your borders will be respected, so long as mine are. Your systems of governance are your own affair. But any aggression against the Dominion of Shadow or its citizens will be met with absolute and overwhelming annihilation. Test me, and you will see your armies turn to shadows at my command. I am not offering you freedom, he said, his voice dropping, becoming more intimate, more seductive. The freedom you had was the freedom to be prey. I am offering you something far more valuable. I am offering you belonging. A place in a kingdom where your strength will be valued, your past will be forgiven, and your future will be secure under the protection of a power you have already witnessed. The choice is yours. Cling to the ruins of the old world, or come and help me build the new one. The screen went black. The broadcast was over. Across the planet, a street. Silence was followed by an explosion of panicked activity. In the UN Security Council, ambassadors were screaming at each other. Military forces were put on the highest alert. News anchors stammered, trying to comprehend and explain the new geopolitical reality. A nation had been declared by a godlike being in the ruins of a G7 country. But in the dark alleys, in the forgotten slums, in hearts of the disenfranchised all over the world, a different reaction was taking place. A flicker of something that had long been extinguished. Hope. It was a dark, terrifying kind of hope, but it was hope nonetheless. A king had called for them. And they would answer. The throne room was a cavern. Carved from the heart of the industrial district's largest and most fortified factory complex, IT's scale was designed to inspire awe and insignificance. The ceiling was lost in shadow, held up by colossal pillars of solidified dark energy that pulsed with a faint, violet light. The floor was polished obsidian, reflecting the silent, endless ranks of the Shadow Army. Thousands upon thousands of them stood in perfect, motionless formation. From the lowly, shambling infantry raised from street thugs to the hulking elite soldiers and the bestial Numu shadows, they were a silent testament to their master's power. At the front, kneeling on one knee, were his generals, the stoic knight, Iron, the regenerating brute, Juggernaut, and the dozens of other powerful shadows he had reaped from the battlefields. Their collective loyalty was a palpable force in the room, a silent chorus of absolute obedience. At the far end of the hall, atop a wide, tiered dais, sat the throne. It was not made of gold or steel, but carved from a single, massive piece of solidified shadow, the same material as the pillars. It was a jagged, brutalist masterpiece, its back arching high like jagged wings, patterns of shifting purple energy swirling deep within its black surface. And on this throne sat Izuku. He was no longer the boy, the victim, or even the warrior. He was the monarch. His posture was one of relaxed dominion, his fingers steepled before him. His eyes, the only source of vibrant color in the immediate vicinity, surveyed his silent legion. The scene was one of dark majesty, yet it was not lonely. Himiko Toga was curled up on the wide, flat armrest of the throne, as comfortable as a cat on a windowsill. She was idly tracing the patterns on the throne with a blood-caked finger, humming a cheerful, off-key tune. Her possessive, chaotic love was a constant, a strange anchor in his new reality. She didn't care about his power or his kingdom, she cared that he was the one at the center of it, and that she had a permanent place at his side. Standing on the other side of the throne was Dabi, a pillar of silent fire and shadow. The unholy flames Izuku had gifted him still clung to him, swirling around his arms in lazy blue and black tendrils. He was the monarch's right hand, his fury, his general. His loyalty was not born of adoration like Toga's, but of a shared philosophy and a profound respect. He had wanted to burn the old world down, and Izuku had given him the torch. Now, he was here to help build the new one on its ashes. They were his inner circle, his new family, forged in betrayal and tempered in divine fire. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, letting the silence of his domain wash over him. He had lost everything: his mother, his dream, his very name. The boy called Izuku Midoriya was a ghost, a sad story he would tell himself on quiet nights. But in his place, the monarch stood. He had an army that could not die. He had a family, loyal to their core. He had carved a nation from the ashes of his own despair. His journey was far from over. He could still feel the echo of the Archon's presence, a lingering stain on the fabric of reality. The celestial being was not defeated, merely repelled. It would return. The rest of the world, for all its bluster, was now his to manage. Either as a neighbor or as a conquest. His new nation of outcasts would need to be built, fed, and defended. He opened his eyes. The purple glow was steady, confident. He was no longer running from his past or reacting to his enemies. For the first time, he was in control. The world held its breath, waiting to see what kind of king he would be. A tyrant, a savior. He did not know the answer himself. He only knew that he would never be powerless again. He looked out at his kingdom of shadows, at the family at his side, and a ghost of a smile touched his lips. He was home, and he was ready for whatever came next.